I'm in this BI-itch. What's up? Y'all better enjoy this. I don't always do back-to-back nights. I always get a chance to do this shit. Tell you what, a lot of this stuff that's going on, folks. We're gonna need a little bit cleaner material. Who's out there today? Who's out there today? Start new style. Assembly D. J Will. AB. I'm alone, baby. Goddammit. Woo! You ain't lost a long time no see. Bud Boy, got no like being alone. Yeah. You don't. I'm a good music type of guy. Come on. Come on. There we go. Come on. Come on. Two step. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's Frankie Beverly live at Rockpalooza '83. Good God. Woo. Today we're gonna talk about some love and misinformation, man. I'll tell you, man. See, is everybody get my notifications? Because you might have to go out, click the bell, click it again to make sure you're getting subscribed. Because for a guy who's got 4,000 subscribers, I should be having at least 50 people lined up already. But you know, YouTube is a son of a bitch, acting like a little bitch. I'm not even saying I should be getting I should be getting Coach Greg Adams numbers, but damn, I should be getting some numbers at 4,000 plus. If you think about it, some of the stupidest shit on YouTube get a lot of numbers. But yeah, we're gonna talk about this love and misinformation. A lot of people don't understand this. And this is why I gotta talk to the brothers. The brothers want relationships more than the sisters. And it shows. You can't. Yeah, you're right. Some of the stupidest shit that you'll see on YouTube will get the greatest bit of numbers. Like, share, subscribe. Hit the. Make sure you hit the numbers, man. Hit the numbers. Hit the likes. I've always came to this realization. I think differently than some people, and I'm okay with that. I made my peace with that shit a long, 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 long time ago. I think that a lot of people, number one, think that men are not capable of love like women. The older I get, I find out it's the opposite. It's men who love the hardest. And how can you tell? Look at the stats for relationships. Who's leaving? Who's staying? I want you to think about that. Who's leaving and who's staying? Who's breaking up the relationships? Who's breaking up the family? Who's keeping the kids from who? We've been told that we don't even understand it. Women love harder. No, they don't. Think about it. Nobody's more vindictive than a chick who wants some get back, and she will get even with you, destroy the generational wealth just because she feels a certain way. But dudes will let women fuck them over, man. Even my boy Ali had to agree with me. 20-year-old problems should not be 40-year-old problems. Stop trying to be grown, super grown, taking care of kids, paying mortgages, car notes, and sending kids off to college. Shit, at 20. You keep believing these fucking emails, man. You're going to be shit out of luck. Oh no, you gotta understand. I gotta work. I gotta be the man. I gotta be the provider. If women love so much and they're getting all these jobs in the provider roles, why don't they take care of the bills? No matter how much money a woman makes, whose money is she trying to spend? And whose money is she not trying to spend? And keep being a fool listening. Keep being the idiot. Keep being the useful idiot. Think about it. Never in my life I thought I would see a baby shower that's more extravagant than a wedding. Why? Because these broads ain't getting married. If the first thing they wanted to do was to be married, they would show you wife-like traits. Cooking bullshit meals and laying up in the bed with you is not a wife-like trait. Sorry. I'm sorry. Stop accepting the bare minimum. Think about it. You ask the average boyfriend or husband what they're required to do to please their woman. They'll show you this laundry list of shit. Well, what do they want? Oh, I just wanted to be nice to me. Wow. You got 800 live viewers on raining on a 10, 850 live viewers, rain on a 10 roof for sleeping. Jesus H. Christ. Mm-mm-mm. They make them that way. Let me know who's in the building. You just put up, you just want your spouse or your girlfriend to be nice. Why do you put up with such mean ass shit? That's when you got to look at you. Well, she may be in her feelings a little bit. She might have something going on. Don't we all have something going on? But why do you have to be the punching bag? Why? Aren't you something that's capable of being respected? I want you to think about that shit. A lot of you don't even ask for the most you can get out of somebody, but you're giving up the ghost. You're literally dying to take care of people who don't like you, let alone love you. Figure that shit out. Figure that shit out deeply. Wait a minute, I only got 6 likes on my joint. 6 likes. Come on, we gotta change that up. 6 likes. We gotta look into that very carefully and say, why? What's up, Mello? Why are you taking more disrespect? You're putting in work, you're taking care of the family, but why are you taking so much disrespect? When has that become the staple of black love? Because what it tells me, a lot of black men do not love themselves. Oh man, we got a guest in the building. Ladies and gentlemen, whoo, Chisel Adonis wanted to go as a blur card. I feel honored. I feel honored, man. He said he was gonna make a live stream, and he did, man. I feel honored, Chisel. I feel honored, man. How you doing, man? I feel honored. We got the Chisel one. Oh man, good God. It, man, I hope you enjoy yourself, man. I'm so honored that you're here, man. PT whipped your ass. Yeah, it's called PT. Good for you. Good for me. I had to do 10 years of that shit. Not including not including all the PT in the police academy. So I'm going to tell you the same thing. Mind over matter. We don't mind because your black ass don't matter. Oh, man. We got the chisel one in the building. But yeah, folks, I'm one of those concerned people who look at black love, and I have to say, how much disrespect is enough? And I tell a lot of ladies, I said, you may give your man sex, but are you giving him compassion? You drop out, you better bring your ass back to reality and get back in. No punk shit. Don't worry, you'll damn near be superhuman somewhere midpoint of basic training, if basic training is still what it used to be. But I want you to think about that, right? And I'm glad you mentioned that. Hey, Kareem. Hey, lovely. Got to get you to BlurCon so I can introduce you to my man Chisel, man. Great content creator there, man. We love your shit over here. I have to tell you this. One of the scariest things for men today is that are you getting what you put in? Are you worthy? It's like you're picking up Mjolnir. Are you worthy? And what happens is that a lot of times we have this self-defeated mentality where we think this is what we deserve because we're not doing enough. This is what we need to get. Oh, she's mad, so it must be something I'm not doing properly. And sometimes I think that black men need mental help probably more than anybody else. You're the most incarcerated. You're the most harassed by any government agency. You're the most in homelessness, the least educated. There is stuff in this place we call the Americas that we go through. No other creature can even fathom. You cannot even put pen to paper and words out of your lips to explain the hellacious treatment black men go through. But we're still here. But at some point, when is it your turn to get the gold at the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow? Why is it that everybody else gets to enjoy heaven, but you're the one being told you got to die first before you get to see anything of yours? And then you got to go through security before you even get through the pearly gates and get patted down. God damn. I've always said this to people. If I look and I see a white guy enjoying heaven on earth, the yellow man enjoying heaven on earth, the red man enjoying heaven on earth, hell, even the green man, even the Kryptonian man enjoy heaven on earth, but you tell me I gotta die first? That's some beliefs and religion I don't need. Why can't I enjoy it before I go and then after I go? There's a lot of misinformation about relationships that we're being told by a bunch of people who couldn't get the men they had babies by to do it for them. There, I said it. There, I said it. There's a lot of people making Amazon wish lists for their sons for them to be with a horrible ass woman. Oh, she took the kids away. Well, you know how the ball bounces, but you still need to pay that child support, and then you still need to pay that tuition. Even though you're paying child support, you still got to pay stuff. Nobody wants to. Nobody says Superman has to take a day off. If anything, you're being drafted to work the next shift. And culturally, look what's going on. I promise you this. You're mellow. You're 20. You go to the military. People are going to be throwing coochie left and right. And I'm going to tell you this one little thing. Don't get married while you're in the service. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. Don't you fucking do it. But I love her. Yeah, she loves everybody else too. Just go on deployment for a few months. Ask me how I know. That ain't your girl. It's just your turn in the military. It's just as bad in the police department. I see. I'm one of those fair. Shit, shit. You be surprised, my nigga. You be surprised. And I'm not anti-marriage, but the one place I tell you don't get married is the military. Hmm. Now, why would you do? The only way I think a marriage would be solved in the military is that you're gonna have to have a blind eye, and so would she. You're telling me in the modern day with social media and a lot of chicks out there crave attention. I mean, they got to get that dopamine hit of attention. And you think for 1 second you're you're 3 months in your deployment. She's lonely, so she claims. She ain't got to take that little trip. I've seen it so many times, especially young marriages. I'm grown. Oh, I'm gonna tell you what my first sergeant said in basic training. Don't worry about your girl at home because she's gonna be the same way you left her, fuck freshly fucked. I want you to always remember that. No, you're being negative. You're just being that way. No, you can't do that. Blah, 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 blah. Shut up. Shut up. And I would challenge that very well. Show me very quickly. Show me very quickly where you have women who raise their daughters to be doting wives. Show me. What's up, Mel? Show me where they if what they're teaching their daughters works so well, Why are they either divorced or never married? Because men typically, if they're married, men typically get remarried very easily. But show me where this chick is teaching her daughter to be a wife and she's never been one herself. I know what people are going to say. Well, Charles, you never been married. How can you teach your son to be a husband? Because one, when did masculine responsibilities ever leave men? Are men still predicated on being protectors? Yes. Are men still predicated on being providers? Yes. Are men still predicated on being leaders? Yes. So yes, I can still teach that shit. We were never given permission by the government to forsake our fucking duties. If anything, we've been thrust upon the shit even more. What's up, Builders Table? All Star G. And this ain't even no, oh, I'm hating on women's shit because I'm just telling. See, you ever notice when you tell the truth, you're hating? But if I say the shit that everybody wants to hear, even if it's a lie, Derek Jackson, I'll get the most views. Derek Jackson literally lied to you bitches' faces, and y'all still support this nigga. Told you how many literally went in the parking lot to fuck a doctor working in the ER. I've said it once and I'll say it again. Women want to hear the greatest lie ever told because they just want to be the exception. They don't want to tell they it's almost impossible to tell a modern woman the truth. And this is the reason why so many, and I mean so many of them, are single today. Well, you got to accept me for who I am. I'm sorry. And Chisel Donna said that's a fact. Derek Jackson is the ultimate example. Of course. Of course. I want you to think about it. I got 4,000 plus subscribers and I only got 16 people. YouTube is pulling a fast one over my black ass. I want you to think about this, right? When Kevin Samuels, may he rest in peace, power in paradise, was bringing up numbers, and he told the chicks, if you want a high value man, you got to lose weight, you got to be friendly, and you got to be feminine. Did the females fight against it, or did they go full force into what he was saying? Because you have to realize this shit. He was giving these women game, and they were not quick enough or diligent enough to actually understand the message. People always tell me it's the delivery, it's the delivery. Guess what? When you're hungry, do you give a fuck if it's airdropped or if it's driven in a car or walked to you? You're gonna get your food. See, Kevin Samuels literally became the Magneto of the masculine sector, especially the black manosphere. Why? Like Magneto, what did homegirl say to Bastion? Magneto was right. All these women right now, did you notice the one thing all the detractors of Kevin Samuels could not say? Did you notice what the one thing they could not say? And it pissed him off so greatly. And it brings a smile to my face. They could never call him a liar. They can never call him a liar. Think about that. No matter how much you hate my delivery, no matter how much you have disdain for me, You can't call me a liar. You cannot call me a liar. And that's what's happening in today's world is when the truth, unlike a lie, does not need a bodyguard because it's fully capable of defending itself. And every time I have conversations like these, here comes some chick talking about who hurt you. And you know what I'm starting? You know what I kept saying? I said you. I'm like PBS. Women like you. You hurt me. Why do I have to talk from a side of hurt to speak truth? Because this is the projection part. Because the only time you see the truth is when your feelings are hurt. I see the truth every day. When people say black pill, I've been a cop in Baltimore for decades. I've been a soldier since 99. Okay? I'm as black as pill as they come. I've seen things that I pray most Americans will never see. I've seen the best of humanity and the worst of humanity. I've seen humanity when it's past love and hate, when it's down to survival and killer instinct. Why do I have to lie? Kevin was the messiah figure to you broads. If you really want to be honest, Kevin was here to spread the gospel to you broads. And guess what? Y'all crucified him. Women like Vivica A. Fox, aka Pontius Pilate, I'm gonna wipe my hands of the whole thing. But now, at 60 something years old, you ready for a relationship. no Nose podcast said Kevin's smiling like Thanos. Of course. Chisel said that's what made Kevin so polarizing. They would just dish out personal attacks, but never once did they say he was a liar with verifiable evidence. Of course not. Of course not. That's the reason why I love certain sports, combat sports. Because one, combat sports are 101. I'm an international level wrestler. I have a bronze medal in an international tournament. Combat sports, unlike team sports, will teach you one thing very quickly. It'll teach you how deep in training you went or what you slacked on, what you neglected very quickly. Most places where you have a combat sports, wrestling, boxing, MMA, sambo, jiu-jitsu, both Japanese and Brazilian, shoot wrestling, shoot fighting, shoot boxing, savate, Muay Thai, European kickboxing. I'll tell you one thing they have in common. Keep your ego, check your ego at the door in any other body part you want to keep. But see, that's the reality of things when you have the misinformation. Remember all these days, men have to go through men are trash, niggas ain't shit. And then when you do the research, you find out black men were the best fathers. You find out black men are actually pretty damn friendly and jovial. So what happens when you no longer have that man in the house to blame on? Oh, I know. I know. Let's look at some more statistics, right? Since we're on that statistic kick, right? Like, share, subscribe, and donate to the Cash App. You know, we got our featured guest in the building, Chisel Adonis, up in this piece. Shout out to the Chisel one. Love seeing him at BlurCon 2 times in a row, 2 years in a row, man. That's why I be telling y'all, you never know who you meet when you come down to Blurred, man. Be a great time, you know. Charles Faulkner will show you the peoples out here. My man Marcus B28 said last word, the only last word the BW could say about Kevin that he was gay, which he was. Come on, man. I knew Kevin for a long time. Kevin was eccentric, far from gay. Styler and profiler, yes, he was. Sharp ass dude, not gay. Kevin will get some of the most beautiful goddamn women you'll ever see on his arm, and they will love his dirty drawers. Kevin's a Kevin. What was Kevin a Kappa, right? They known for being sharp. Kevin's a particular neat guy. See, that lets you know. Yeah, hit that like button, everybody. That lets you know that certain criteria of women are not used to men of substance. They're used to the thug. This is the statistics where the lies began, especially in our community that happens to be black. The biggest lie and misinformation told was that fathers are not needed. Fathers are not important. I just heard this shit recently this year. Not naming the names, that a 17-year-old kid was told by his mother with his brother that he never needed his father. One of the biggest lies told in the black community. Let's look at the statistics, shall we? Remember, this is about love, too. 63% of youth suicides are from fatherless homes, 5 times the national average. 70% of youth in state operated institutions come from fatherless homes, 6 times the national average. 71% of all high school dropouts come from fatherless homes, 7 times the national average. Notice the averages are getting bigger, folks. 75% of all adolescent patients in substance abuse rehab comes from fatherless homes, 10 times the national average. 80% of all sexual assaulters motivated by displaced anger come from where? Fatherless homes, 11 times the average. 85% of all children who show behavioral disorders come from fatherless homes, 15 times the average. 85% of all youth in prison come from fatherless homes, 15 times the average. 90% of all homeless and runaway children come from fatherless homes, 24 times the national average. And it states dads are more than just a paycheck to a child. They represent safety, protection, guidance, friendship, and someone to look up to. Think about this. When you take a father from a home or from a child, you take away a boy's first superhero and a girl's first love. And guess what they'll always chase? Because there are no vacuums in nature. No news. Brother, I see at least one TikTok a day with something like that in the title. Fathers are not needed is all over. That's one of the greatest lies ever told, people. One of the starting founding lies of why love is so misplaced in our community. It's very hard for a female to say she loves you if she does not love her father. I hate to sound vulgar, but how can you love me if you couldn't even love the dick you rode in on? The one that brought you into this world. How are you going to value me if you don't value your goddamn daddy? Think about it. You'll get pissed off what people with the black manosphere will say. You coined it right there, Chisel. Toxic masculinity isn't the issue. Lack of masculinity is. If men were the issue, why is it that fatherless homes result in the absolute worst outcomes across the country? Propaganda running amok. Amen. And whoo to that statement. The reason why is because we have to understand for decades now, before we had social media, the media was controlled by people who did not look like us nor had our best interests at heart. What's worse than assassination is character assassination. If I kill you, I can make you a martyr, but if I kill your reputation, I destroy you fundamentally. Let's just I'm giving you military science 101, people. Like, share, subscribe, donate to the Cash App, people, please. I'm giving y'all a game. What what would happen to all that welfare, all those educational benefits, all that housing benefits, those food stamps, that transportational benefits, the child support, the child custody? What would happen to all that shit if they told the truth? Think about it. Have you ever walked into a room and everybody's laughing except you? That's because everybody else is in on the joke and you're the joke. And see, you got to understand the misplaced anger towards a lot of these men is because mama can never be wrong. Mama did everything the best for you, baby. I want you to realize this. Kurt Franklin took a DNA test twice, and his mother still lied to him in his face. Twice. There's no way he could be your father. Twice. I think probably a third time to make sure. I've always said this. Your beliefs should never outweigh reality. I'm not knocking anybody's personal religious beliefs, but is it based in some sort of reality? Yes, God can protect you, but God said, be not a fool. Lean not to your own understanding. You shouldn't walk into busy traffic. You shouldn't jump off of buildings. None of that shit. Lean not to your own understanding. Don't be a goddamn fool. What's up, AB? What's up, New Wall? What's up, Line? I want you to think about this. Single fathers get the same results as two parent households. The and this is where I say love and misinformation. Because we love our community, we love our people, but we're so goddamn misinformed about every goddamn step that you get. And it fucking hurts. You can solve the problem. Shout out to BGS earlier from shout out and also shout out to Coach Greg Adams when he played this. And I said this before years ago. If me and another dude rob a bank, who's going to jail? Me and that dude if we get caught. But if a female fucks around with her reproductive system, she can fuck the next 3 to 4 generations. She can fuck the next 3 to 4. You wonder why we have abject poverty in the black community. You wonder why when people die, the only thing they leave you is to fuck alone. The biggest wealth bringer into any community is inheritance. If you don't even know who the kid's father is, if you're divorcing, and if you're one of the few that get divorced, even married, and you get divorced and you ruin the man, how the fuck can he pass down his wealth to his children? Hmm. Just shout out to Chisel Adonis. You know, everybody's giving you a lot of love. We love you here in this space, man. We love you here in this channel. I really want to put that out there to you. How can you say you love your children, but you will fuck their inheritance up? Give me a woo in the chat if you just heard what the fuck I just said. You rather be the queen of hell than be the servant of heaven any day of the week. Think about it. And I'm not saying be in relationships where you're unhappy, be in an abusive relationship. I never will tell you that. Why would you go take a man who's taking care of their child, take him downtown, go to child support because you know you have an immense, powerful bias on your side, and you're going to get less than what, 60%, maybe 50%, because you know the state's going to get their cut from court fees from that dude. And guess what you find out a lot? You find out that a lot of these women are not putting this child support money on the child. If you're getting anybody who gets $1,100 a month in child support, why is your child going to public school? And if your child does go to public school, why don't they have a tutor? Your child should be so goddamn advanced from that extra income a month. Are we producing overachievers, or are we producing more fuel for the monster called the prison industrial complex? I'll leave you to answer in the chats, please. We got to take this thing away from love. Love should not be hard. Okay? That's one of the biggest misconceptions. Why should loving you be so difficult? Why being in the same no one knows podcast that I paid $1,300 a month for one child, and I like to ask the same damn. If I was governor of Maryland, I would write an executive order where both parents have to put into the money. Both parents will get a card, an electronic card, where you can't buy shit unless it's for that child. If the child wants cookies and if the child wants a PlayStation 5, you both put 50% of your earn or whatever you want to put or what's agreed upon in court on that card. It can only be used if come to find out it's made to buy a pair of Jordans for a size 13 or some goddamn box wine, somebody's going to be penalized heavily. Well, see, you got to understand something. Child support is to supplement the child, not be the retirement fund for formerly used pussy. And by the way, how many times did we hear this before? Statistically, when you don't put the man on child support, he actually brings more money to that child. Mm, mm, mm. Absolutely not. And then when you look at this, just shout out to Chisel the Adonis from this one. If you notice a lot of the parenting videos with single moms, they're fighting like it's the finals of the UFC tournaments back in the day, back in the 90s. She's swinging back from the east, back from the west. Oh, man, he makes some classics, don't he? And you realize this, that a lot of the violence, poverty, low educational standards are not coming from the fathers. Because if you ever notice, the fathers are making overachievers. You know, and I remember watching the miniseries The Jacksons, right? And I think it was Tito. It's been a while since I watched it. And he was talking to Joe about some kid trying to fight him, or it was some bullies. And you know what Joe said? I want to fight. What did Joe do? He get the boxing gloves and he took them out back. And the mom, she wanted to stop it. And she's like, no, he got to get his respect. Then when he cold cocked the dude, his father was there saying, yeah, now you know how it feels to be a man. You got to get your respect. But notice, when men were in the household, did we have as much violence on the street with guns, knives? No, no. I've said this to many of principals and many of athletic directors. You need to get a program you need to fund your wrestling programs. You need to get a boxing program and possibly an MMA or jiu-jitsu program. And if kids have a beef, have them get the gear, headgear, gloves. And if they want to fight it out, they can fight it out. But because you feminized this motherfucker and said use your words, men only got three ways of communicating, people. We talk it out, we yell it out, we fight it out, and we're probably friends again. But you look at what we have in the community. We have more violence ever since Mama took over by herself. Even gangsters back in the day had decorum. No women and children. No selling drugs by schools. Think about it. They had a no selling drug policy before it was a law. Tell me if I'm lying, folks. I'm an 80s baby, man. Guess what? If you came up to a drug deal in the 80s, said, I want to be just like you, two things that happen. He had put his Adidas, his new fresh ass Adidas up your ass and say, get yourself an education, get the fuck out of here. Or he'll give you a $20 bill and say, you don't want this life. Go get your education. I remember back in the day, the drug dealers used to help the old ladies with their bags. Would never sit on her steps and never allow anybody else to sit on her steps. I'm not controlling drug dealing, but you do know what I'm getting at. There was a point of decorum. And the saddest part about this is so many people are going to come to me and say, well, that's a lot of hatred you're preaching. It's a lot of lying. If it's hatred and it keeps people alive and it gives people a better way of life, so fucking be it. Who cares at this point? Who gives a fuck? Let's be fucking grown up. Let's be grown up about certain things. Just because it hurts your feelings does not mean it's meant to hurt you. Sometimes you gotta shape the fuck up. We gotta stop this lying to each other shit. All these women will come out of their mouths and say, Lizzo is beautiful. But if you say, hey, you look like Lizzo, they'll get insulted. Pick a struggle. Pick a goddamn struggle, please. And you know what's really, really, really messed up? Is that the solutions to each one of these situations, when it comes to love, relationships, marriage, child rearing, child custody, are so easily fixed. So easily fixed. But what happens is that obviously people rather get the small gains than the long term win, the long term goal being met. Why why wouldn't you want to see healthy families? I want you to think about it, right? I want you to think about this, right? I want you to think how a guy like Kevin, current guy like, Angry Man and others, BGS, AB Media, Art New Style, will hold panels either regularly or semi weekly or bi monthly. I want you to think about this, right? Especially the first 2 years of my starting the live stream. Notice I had so many detractors to say who hurt you, who hate women. But within 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes on average of talking to those women are damn near smitten. Why would I hate you? Why would I hate you if I seen you in your better, greater state? Why would I hate you when I've seen the best out of you? There is nothing on earth that's better than a fit, friendly, feminine black woman. Black women who work out are undefeated like a motherfucker. And she's kind, she's nice, she's soothing. I literally gave you game. I gave you the keys to the kingdom. I've actually trained, physical trained women, gave them physical training. Some women cut 50 pounds, 170. And I asked her this question: are you attracting a better class of men? She's like, yeah. I didn't want to admit it, but yeah. Were you nicer? Yeah, I was nicer because I liked what I seen in the mirror. I felt fitter. I could move around much easier. I had a lot more fun working out. My attitude was a lot more pleasant. Did people want to come around you more? Yeah. Were you having fun? Yeah. What did Frankie Beverly say? When you're trapped in your self pity prison, your tenderness is what sets me free. We have a generation of women who forgot how to be tender. We have a generation of women who want the man to pay for everything, and she thinks the only thing she got to give you is her cooch. Who does that? Who does that? I'm gonna set my old ass up in here. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Anybody who wants to join the panel, that's the link right there, folks. Anybody want to donate to the channel? That's the link right there, folks. But think about this, man. What's up, Chaos? Uh, the number one guy who helped me start this BIH. Uh, and it's been a fun. How many years? 4 years since. Coach Lamont says, "Salute Charles and Chad. I've been working so many hours getting ready to go overseas. I feel you, man. I feel you. Make your dreams happen. Nobody else gonna do the shit for you. Got to make it happen." See, I'm not talking doom and gloom. I'm giving my people hope. That hope may sound like a motherfucker, but for all the Christian brothers and sisters, even Jesus Christ whooped a little bit of ass in the temple. Come on now. You turned the Lord's house into a den of thieves. Oh, I gotta put some foot in that ass. He said you took it from class, now I gotta put some foot in the ass. My man was on some black dynamite shit. Sorry. I don't want to hear nobody say it's the delivery. Some of you motherfuckers need to go ask what type of weather your post carriers bring your mail. Rain, hail, sleet, snow, blazing heat, freezing cold. You got to be able to get. I'm gonna just tell you. Frederick Douglass once said, "You may not get everything you work for, but you're gonna work for every goddamn thing you're gonna get." If that doesn't motivate you for shit, I don't know what will. If black women still want to be in relationships and get married, I just gave you the keys to the kingdom for 1 whole hour of speaking. If you want to make kids, number one, build strong families. If something happens where you guys got to split, the best thing you're going to do is give the kids to the father. Number one, they're not even going to charge you child support because men typically don't care. And then we find out statistically, women feel as though they don't have to pay. And it takes an act of God and all the angels above for them to even attempt. to put her in contempt of court. Contempt of court. I'm sorry. I know because of the subject matter I speak about, I probably won't reach 100,000 subscribers because it's so controversial. Maybe I might luck up, and maybe I will. But you know the old saying, the God says, "Who will I send?" But the chosen one said, "Send me, O Lord. Send me. I'll go into battle. Don't threaten me with a good time." The king asks, "Who do I send?" "Send me. If I'm a warrior, why don't you send me to war? I've been a warrior in the garden the whole time, planting seeds, planting seeds out here." I just want people to remember this one thing. At the end of the day, you can't say that I never gave a damn. I wanted to misconstrue people. No, there's a lot of guys out there who killing themselves trying to please ungrateful people. Why? I'm going to teach you this one thing my father and my mother always taught me. You can't force a motherfucker to love you. People don't understand. It's better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war. You got to be comfortable being uncomfortable sometimes. I know people may be busy, may not come up today, but I'm going to leave you with this last part. The biggest misconception about love is believing somebody's going to put that shit in you to make you happy. Love and happiness is an internal emotion that nothing external can complete. People may be able to raise or lower it, but they cannot put it in within its totality. Love yourself first. Respect yourself first. Have some standards about yourself and have some boundaries. And and don't leave your boundaries no matter what. You may not get all the results you want at that moment, but those boundaries are going to protect you like nothing else. I promise you this. I promise you this. When you're a man of character and unshakable grit, people may not always say it, but they'll always respect you. And respect is hard to come by. When you respect yourself, it begs the question. Be careful what you allow and accept because you're teaching people on how to treat you and how to respect you. Let me stop running my mouth. If anybody's coming up, here's the link. If not, here's the Cash App link if anybody wants to donate. Here's the StreamYard link if anybody wants to come up. But yeah, man. And you're right about Iraq. People don't know how hellacious Iraq got down. How hellacious Afghanistan. I know people may bitch about millennials, but we spent 20 years putting foot up terrorist asses. 20 good years. Some of the shit that's going on in the world today would never have happened 20 years ago. Never had happened. We would send so many damn, we would invade you so quick, we would sink your country into the ocean. We would make countries stop fighting. And God help you if you did something to us. Mm. I'm going to point this out too, by the way. Especially the young men. Young men, stop trying to pull yourself into firms. Stop trying to pull yourself into 40-year-old issues. 20-year-old people should not have the issues of 40-year-old people, 50-year-old people. You should not. You should not. What's up, Snowman?
How's it going?
All right. Hopefully you and the missus doing okay.
Yeah,
Trying day by day, minute by minute.
that would make a few of us.
I'm trying. That's the only thing I can ask brothers to do is try, man. And I would say this to everybody. For the 20-year-olds, look at most successful men. Most of them got their success in their 40s or 50s.
Mm-hmm.
Stop living up to these unrealistic expectations that's stressing you the hell out, that's causing you to overwork yourself. Now, I'm not saying you're not supposed to work hard,
Exactly.
but I'm not saying you kill yourself either.
It ain't worth because it ain't worth it. As hard as you work, if you can't enjoy everything that you put together, then it's not worth it.
No, it's not worth it. We had a brother in this space who was a hardworking, very supportive brother of the space, took his own life because of all the stress he was. I just wish, and I'm gonna put this out there. Look, and this is part of the love segment.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going through some rough patches and you need somebody to talk to, that's my email. That's my Facebook. That's my Facebook Messenger.
And I'm available too. I'm putting it out there.
That's we need to make sure this Black Manosphere is not just talking about female fuckery. We're actually a brotherhood who salutes the women doing right, black and everything in between.
Mm-hmm.
We salute the brothers doing everything right.
There are 6 words that you say often that really needs to come into play.
Oh yeah, we're gonna put it up there on the chat for everybody.
And I'm
Everybody say this.
my brother, my champion, my savior.
Savior. Whatever happened to that? Is that stuff that people? I need everybody to put that in the chat, please. Put that in the chat, please, if you believe that, because I think that's the founding words of every organization, every community, every family. I think those are words to live by.
Words to live by and words to hold dear to you. I mean, Charles, you have said it so many times on air and off air when you and I have talked is that we need to come to the rescue for each other. And
Yeah.
lately, and I put this out there, and I want to let me put this out there for the young guys that are going through a lot of shit right now. Imagine being a survivor of cancer, blood clots in both lungs, a toe amputation, kidney failure. You're just on the verge of getting back to work because the state of Indiana said, fuck a whole lot of you. We're not giving you any disability. And then a fundamental piece of yours, like your wheels, decides to go crazy. And I've had people today today. And I can't believe I'm going to echo this sentence aloud, but I'm going to echo it aloud because it's been said to me because people actually believe this. I've had someone look me in the eye and tell me I'm a grifter. Matter of fact, today it happened twice.
How are you a grifter if you were allowed on many platforms to ask for help? That's what this place is about, is to help a black man.
Let's play.
Emotionally,
Yep.
physically, spiritually, emotionally, and sometimes economically. If people want to donate, they donate. If they don't have to, they don't have to. It's
Hmm.
the kindness of a person's heart. But guess what? I tell people this: you never ever know when the shoe may be on the other foot. You never know. Everybody keeps looking at everybody keeps looking at a situation where they're on top. It's impossible to be on top.
Very much so. Very
It's
much so.
impossible. You never know when things are gonna hit you. You're gonna be weak. You never know what's gonna happen.
I always tell people, and I mean this to everyone in the chat right now and everyone within the sound of our voices. I'm here for any and everybody. Just get a hold of me. I threw my emails in the chat right now. I'm not afraid to put that out there. You shouldn't put your information out there. Why not? What if
Why
someone needs
not?
what if someone needs to get a hold of me and says, Snowman, I just need your ear for about 10 minutes. You know
You,
how
you know,
you know how valuable those 10 minutes can be?
you know, I never thought I was shit. I was gonna quit live streaming, and I
Hmm.
say this story all the time. When BGS forwarded an email to me, and he said, and it said I was gonna kill myself until I was on a live stream with you and BGS, and you literally told me, "Get my shit together. You're not allowed to fail. If you didn't try, you're damn sure not allowed to fail." That brother now, at the time, finished his bachelor's in nursing, and at this time finished his master's in nursing. How many more lives did he save because of that one night? Somebody talking to him,
Hmm.
somebody seeing his humanity. Sometimes it takes another motherfucker to see the greatness you are blind to, and it may be even you. You may be blind to your own greatness.
Man, I can't tell you how many times you repeated that to me, especially when I was really down in the dumps, living in Laporte, and then just recently going through the shit that I've gone through. I want someone to put this in the chat as well, and I've said it on my show. I will continue to say it and drive through it every day. The best way to get on your feet,
Is to get off your ass.
period. And Charles, bless you and bless my wife Jody. Every time you guys just say, all you can do is ask because we know what you're going through.
Do you know there were people who donated, and I had money garnished out of my check? I had so many people just doing live streams, just talking.
Mm-hmm.
I had so many people at one time, and you never know what blessings come. Well, they literally gave me my check back just from donate. You never know.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wait a minute, y'all just hearing me talk shit. But you never know who needed it, who needed a laugh, who needed a kick in the ass, who needed some real shit. Like, think about it. Give me a woo if you thought what I talked about today was some real shit. I think there's a lot of black men who don't love themselves.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a lot of black women out there who don't truly know how to love. And that's one of the biggest fucking issues in our community. How
Mm-hmm.
can you grow? where there's no love and there's no care. You cannot, nothing can survive that is never cultivated.
Exactly. And the cultivation is so key, especially now, given the state that this country is in and given the state the community is in.
I want you to think about that. We we just went through the goddamn Olympics.
Hmm.
Everybody hates this country except every 4 years. One election, won the Olympics, to the election.
The two times this country is actually revered, and it's every 4 years, like you said, the Olympics and an election.
Yeah, that's the
Nothing
only
else,
stuff.
nothing else matters within that time. Nothing.
Not a damn thing.
I
But
can't tell you how many times y'all have rescued my ass with a smile or a laugh. Y'all picking on me and reconnecting with people. Man, listen, Charles and I had a groundbreaking talk 8 years ago when I was living in LaPorte, Indiana, with our friend Matt Granahan. The subject: men's rights,
yeah,
especially given the fact that all three of us at the time were going through some shit with, say it with me, our children.
yeah, yeah.
I had someone ask me today, why do you live stream so much? You don't need to do that. Well, one, I love doing it. And two, right now, I have to use it as my income to get some shit together until I'm physically able to work again. Hell, Jody even told me just rest, heal, and then we can see about getting you a job. But in the meantime, make sure you're doing your best to get your show out there, and also make sure you're doing your best to bring sponsors in, because that's going to help us moving forward. So it keeps me in my element. What pisses me off, however, I can be real here, can I not?
If you be fake, we don't respect it.
What pisses me off is when black people think I'm actually fucking around and being a grifter, saying the shit that I'm saying with the shit that I've gone through. And the people that I defend, BGS, Coach Lamont, um, Charles, Mr. Z, any and everybody. And I already, yes, I am in Indiana. How many times have I, listen, 3 separate times since Charles has been live streaming, I've been on vacation with my wife. I've checked in with this group every single time. Oh, you know the best part? Jody was with me.
Yeah, your doting wife.
Jody was with me every single time. Why do I want this so bad? Not only to help my family, but to help this space right here. I want to one day have a young man come into this space and I'm able to hand him a scholarship, or I'm able to teach him to do play by play, or teach him to do sports casting. How about
I'm, I'm,
that?
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you how much hatred the world has. Right? You know who Emmett Allure is?
The name sounds familiar.
She's the youngest American to win a gold medal, both male or female, in the sport of wrestling. Miss Allure is Jewish.
Bam.
You would be proud of a 20-year-old. And let me tell you how great of an athlete she is.
Hmm.
She's won she's won 6 world championships in 2 years. That's a hell of a feat, isn't it?
It's a wonderful feat. It's feat. It's stuff I love talking about. It's stuff we.
She
Let me change my sentence. It's stuff we love talking about.
Oh yeah. Think about it. She won the world championships at the under 20. Then she won twice at the under 23. She's won two back-to-back world championships at the seniors level, and
Mm-hmm.
of course, the Olympic gold medal counts as a world title as well.
Yes, it does.
Six, six, and 6 in 2 years. Do you know some asshole, some jealous, evil bastard? And this is the reason why I said we need more love in the world. Said to her that she deserved to be in a furnace.
Whose ass am I kicking?
You're saying this to a 20-year-old whose grandparents
Who-
survived the Holocaust.
Whose ass am I kicking? Because that's just not right at all.
That's that's
That's
that's like telling a black person, "Where's your chains, nigga?" But yet, I'm wrong for saying I'll get chastised for saying we need more love in this world. We
mm-hmm.
need more kindness. Instead of congratulating the best of us, this 20-year-old girl could have been somebody's baby mama.
Mm-hmm.
She could have been slut walking. No, she's representing the country well. But you have the audacity to say shit like that. People are evil, man.
We dare not mention Simone Biles
Oh God.
and the heat that she's constantly taking.
And remember, because we got to say her full name.
Simone
You know, some
Biles
Biles
Owens.
Owen,
Owens.
and people are telling her, why does he have your medal? Take your medal off your husband. If the man wins a Super Bowl ring, don't you think he will let his wife wear it?
Proudly.
I said, you motherfuckers are fucking evil, man. You're a bunch of evil pricks.
Take her medal off.
Take his medal off.
Heck,
What's going on, fellas?
if I could
What's up, baby?
if I could get away with with delivering a little sweet chin music to the person who said that, I don't advocate it. I truly don't. But hearing that and seeing that just royally pissed me off.
You're saying some very racial and ethnic bullshit to
Mm-hmm.
a 20-year-old young lady. She
Mm-hmm.
ain't a baby mama. She ain't slut walking. She ain't
She's
shaming her family. As a matter of fact,
she's
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 one
honing
of
her
the
she's honing her damn craft is what she's doing with
Mm-hmm.
she's
championships to prove the thing.
she's one of the finest athletes we have in the world. She's basically wrestling's version of Simone Biles. She's the sweetheart of the
Who,
fucking championship.
who is this now?
This is Amy Allure, the 20-year-old who
Emilio.
won gold in wrestling.
Oh,
She was
congratulations.
she was actually told by somebody on obviously a troll account that she belongs in a furnace because she's Jewish.
Amita, what is her name again?
Amit Allure. It's spelled Amit. Allure is Elor.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got it.
And you're being she. I mean, people are some evil motherfuckers out there.
Why they say it to her?
Because people, that's the
Because
same reason they talked about Simone Biles' hair. Because you got some miserable motherfuckers. You look at her and Simone, young ladies representing our country. You don't see them
Right.
slut walking. You
mm-hmm.
don't see them carrying on. You don't see them doing stupid shit. But yet, think about it. You hate Jonathan Owens and his wife, Simone Biles Owens,
Mm-hmm.
but you love Blueface and Christian Rock.
Make that make sense.
Oh,
Yeah,
you mean two dumbasses in a pod?
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
two stupid dogs, right?
Two stupid dogs.
Who just had, oh Lord, who just had a child? Good Lord.
But guess what? How many times? How many times do you have young women represent a whole country very valiantly?
Mm.
Damn.
They would rather give heifers like Tina Knowles credit. By the way, shout out to her ex husband. The court to have Tina Knowles pay him. She has to pay him spousal support.
Good.
Which one is this?
Tina Knowles' ex husband.
Not Matthew, but the guy who played in the soaps.
Yeah.
No, I knew he was going to get rid of her. Remember that embarrassing ass shit?
Oh yeah,
Hmm.
that interview. Oh yeah, yeah. I wasn't surprised they got a divorce.
Can't keep a man for shit.
But no, they would rather celebrate Tila Mallory crazy ass.
Not that crazy, bitch.
Crazier than a bag of ferrets.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Crazier than a goddamn episode of Looney Tunes. That's the fuck it is.
And I got plenty of those episodes on my computer. That's
Hmm.
fucking crazy.
You didn't beat this all, folks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm trying to do more standalone videos now,
That's
along
good.
with along with my lives. Just did one on Ricky Smiley's silly behind.
You a fool for doing that video, but I love it.
Yeah, a lot of people forget little Daryl, but I never forgot little Daryl. That shit was funny. I just used it against him.
But then you use it again. But then you brilliantly use it against them.
I'm supposed to take seriously. I'm supposed to take political advice from little Daryl. Really?
When I
So,
heard
but y'all
that
could.
rant, when I heard that rant that Ricky Smiley did with all the whole stop it and all that shit at the end of it, I'm going, what? I'm just sitting there going, y'all actually think that?
Put your well, you and AB, put your channels in
Oh,
the
okay.
screen. People are asking for your channels. You and Snowman's.
All right. 1 second. Let me get my link.
I'm I'm like, you gotta realize it. And shout out to Chisel Adonis, blessing me. Met him at BlurCon last year and saw him again this year. Chill ass brother. You gotta go to BlurCon, man. You never know who you're gonna meet. You're gonna meet some fantastic content creators like
I love Chisel.
Chisel.
Chisel Adonis is a nut, but I love his stuff.
He's crazy as shit. I love him.
He is
Great
crazy
guy.
than a motherfucker,
Great,
but
great,
I love it.
great guy, man. Even better in person, man. Cool as shit. Smoke a cigar. Had some cognac with me. Cool as a motherfucker. Um,
Mr. Adonis, old snowman wants to meet you one day and collab with you. I'm putting it
oh
all
yeah,
way.
yeah,
I want to collaborate
yeah.
with everybody that's willing to collaborate with me. I'm putting it all out there.
And you got it. That's why you got to go to BlurCon, man. You never know because,
Yeah.
matter of fact, I'm gonna say this: the next BlurCon is gonna be in March, so it's
Okay.
gonna be the Thriller. So I'm gonna do this one thing. Hopefully, Chisel Adonis is here. Come on, Chisel. We're gonna do the first annual content creator meet and drink.
Hmm.
You know what? You're on. I'll find a way to get Jody there, and y'all, and we all meet up.
Oh man, I'll
I'll
tell
get
you.
it done. I'll get it done.
Up for Snowman's channel right here, and for AB's channel right here. You're gonna love it because they're doing God's work. You're getting Red Pill Sports. with the stories and the backgrounds and the stats with the snowman, and you're getting some damn good content.
Hmm.
Especially some of your TikTok shit been hilarious as fuck, AB. You're getting
Man.
the you're getting some of the you're getting some of the red pill knowledge
Hmm.
and politics from AB. Plus, he's also carrying over
Coliseum.
the Coliseum. So a lot of times, I officially I'm like the guy who's like the special guest host sometimes once in a while for the
Hmm.
Coliseum.
Hmm.
If I ever
So
get a if I ever get a chance to host the Coliseum, I got to make sure that I break my caffeine rule that day.
oh
And
yeah,
if I ever get a chance to, and if I ever get a chance to do it, Jody's got to be with me for at least the first hour.
she's got to be Mister.
She's got to be with me for the first hour. We already set it up where she's going to do Colts games with me this year.
Mister.
Hmm. How do you work this Twitter thing? I'm sorry, that never gets old.
That
it
shit was
it
hilarious.
doesn't, man.
I'm surprised that shit didn't go viral. That shit was so funny. Oh my god, that shit was funny as.
We're working on it. I'll say that.
Oh my god! And shout out and don't forget my TikTok people. If you want to see some of my fun, and I know some of y'all have
I've seen
yeah,
them.
you better leave our goddamn Ravens alone, Chisel. We love our goddamn Ravens, man. Oh man,
But see, that's what I love about Chisel. He picks on everybody,
Mhm.
including his Steelers. I love that about him.
There you go. That's my TikTok channel.
Let me do mine. Who's this? Hey, Winnie, you want to go out? Hold on, guys. There you go, girl.
oh man, I'm gonna put my TikTok joint up here too, in case people want to see some of my TikToks. It's funny, AB. My boy has a right to dream. TikTok actually did numbers. It actually did 1,500 in one day views.
Oh,
Everybody
really?
loved that shit. I was
Nice.
like, oh, I was like, oh shit. There's a couple of them where people just love them and they're just like, that's some good
Oh yeah.
shit.
Oh yeah. I'm always keeping up with the TikTok streets nowadays. You can get
Same
news
here.
get news from there. An interesting trend though. I'm noticing that not to get too political, but I'm noticing that these lefties are fucking with people.
Why are you
You said,
surprised?
you said who?
These these Democrat shields are fucking with people. They're getting people's lives taken down. They're messing with people's
Yeah,
channel.
yeah,
And,
nothing.
and this is not the MAGA people because I follow them too. The MAGA
Hmm.
people are usually cool, but some of these people who are supporting Kamala Harris, they're demon possessed.
No, they need to be flushed down toilets, man.
And I'm not, and I'm really not trying to be funny. There's something wrong with those people.
They got
Think?
some issues, man.
You
I mean,
think?
they got some serious
I
issues,
mean,
and I mean,
if you look at
it's not
if you
cute.
look at their eyes, there's something wrong.
Yeah, they just and notice, like I said before, all Trump got to do is be Trump.
That's all. That's it, and that's all.
You're giving him more motivation and ammunition for people not to like you. Like, if you got to try this hard to try for Kamala Harris,
Hmm.
then shame on you.
Exactly.
And I don't even want to get started on the soil boys they got that are promoting the Democrat Party. They really give off incel vibes, if you ask me. But
That I'm not disagreeing with that.
If
Oh,
we like, if we vote for Kamala Harris, we might actually look at a pussy. Oh,
um, folks, I'm gonna play two of my favorite sounds that if you listen to my morning show, you always hear. And AB, I hate you for bringing this up, but it's just so funny. I had to do it. Here's the
What?
first one.
Mister, will you please wake up?
That's in the opening. And whenever
Mhm.
we come back from break, y'all hear this. Wait, let me try. Let me try again.
Mister, how do you operate this Twitter thing or this Instagram
Yep.
thing or whatever the heck? You're supposed to know all this stuff. Anyway, welcome back to the show.
That never gets old, though, man.
It really
You
doesn't.
put that in the short. you
Oh
put
my
that in the
god,
short-
that shit should be fucking viral, dude.
Yeah.
I'm. You know what? We're gonna do a third one, and it'll be involving TikTok.
Oh, okay.
Matter of fact, I got two of them in mind. I want her to record one about TikTok and one about bronze sexual confessions.
Oh my gosh. These are their stories.
Okay. Hey, do me a favor. Do me a favor. Can one of
Yes,
y'all
sir.
pull? Can one of y'all pull up Kennedy Blades suplex?
Kennedy Blade suplex.
Oh my god, that's
YouTube or
my
TikTok?
girl. I told everybody when people were like, "Who's gonna be?" I said, "I already know my boy Aaron Brooks. He's from Maryland. He gonna get busy. He got a bronze medal." I said, "The person you need to really keep your eyes on, who's a dark horse, is 5 foot, 5'11", almost 170 pounds, sweetheart. But on that mat, she's a fuck. I call her the Wolverine. Get it, Blaze Wolverine. But I call her the Wolverine.
God damn.
God damn, I
I'm
felt the
looking
booty.
at this right. I'm looking at this right now.
Damn.
Doosh.
Oh, that motherfucker mean, isn't
That's
she?
an instant
Lord.
hit. Good grief.
Good God, that was a mean suplex, wasn't it?
And
That's a
pinned her
that's
that fast.
That's a
Nah,
bronze.
she was out. She actually knocked her out.
I
Oh, she
believe it.
knocked her out. Oh man. Wait a minute. Let me see if I can find something really quick.
We could post it.
Because okay,
If you
Simp
could mix,
just
if
gave me
somebody could mix that up with the Friday Damn, I'm gonna post that shit. Damn.
damn. I think I can do that. I think I can do that. In fact, I know I can do that.
Let's see.
Let me see. I have a treat for you guys.
Hey, Charles.
Definitely planning one.
Oh my God! Could we post this shit real quick? Everybody doesn't even. Oh, for all of y'all who don't even know. For all of y'all who don't even know what's going on. Oh,
Oh shit.
Yes.
In the bag. She will finish it if she gets the chance. Gets her in the bag. She will finish it if she gets the chance. Gets her in the bag. She will finish it
Fuck.
if she gets
oh,
the chance. Gets her in the bag. She will finish
Okay.
it.
oh
if she
my
gets the
God! She
chance.
gave her the old Steiner brothers.
Gets her in the bag.
Mhm.
She will finish it.
Boosh.
Gets the chance. Gets her in the bag. She will finish it.
Mm.
Oh, that was.
Okay.
You got to remember, she's almost 6 feet tall.
Okay,
So
Charles.
let me.
Seriously,
Damn.
how much money you want to bet Paula Beck is calling her right now?
Why would you be surprised?
I wouldn't be surprised, but I think she really wants to get an Olympic. It's her destiny. Two things. She's
One.
won a world championship with the juniors, so she
Mhm.
wants her first. That silver medal she won is her first senior level medal.
Mhm.
She's a legacy girl, so
Okay.
she'll be 24. Think about this. She'll be 24. She'll make her second Olympics.
Mm.
Wow.
And remember, she may win at least 2 to 3 or maybe every world title in between the next Olympics.
Mm-hmm. Hey Charles, I have a present for you in the back chat.
Oh shit.
I have a present for you.
But yeah, I won't be
In a
surprised
world
if
where partial greatness is celebrated and total greatness is shunned, there stands to be a figure on the lips of those who love him and those who hate him. The inane comparisons to Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant continue and has existed since 2003. There is no end in sight, for the battle between those who unconditionally love and unconditionally hate him wages on. These are their stories. Welcome to the Bronzexual Confessions.
Oh shit, that is so funny. Oh, oh shit, that is so fucking funny. Oh my god. Can somebody make that into a send that shit to me so I can record that shit. I'm gonna make that a background for my fucking live streams.
You're
Shout
on.
out to my girl. Shout out to my girl Kennedy Blake. I told people they asked me who was the sleeper horse. I said I
There you
know
go.
Aaron Brooks is gonna get busy.
Mm-hmm.
I know Helen Maroulis is gonna get busy. They're both from Maryland.
Mm-hmm.
Cal Snyder, I thought he was gonna get busy, but he lost by like 1 point
Yeah.
for medaling. But I said, look on Kennedy Blades, man. She's like a sweetheart, very devout Christian. But when she gets on that mat, she's a demon. I nicknamed her. She actually liked one of my videos when I called her the Wolverine.
Nice.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she liked it. She was like wrestling John Jones, and she liked it. And she was like, I like that. The Wolverine. I mean, now you see why.
Hey, Charles.
She got eyes on her, trust me.
Hey, Charles. I got another present for you. I have the closing of
And
that
she, and she
segment
won't
for you.
and she won't be 20 till September.
Oh, wow.
Oh man.
Wow. Yeah, she's
No, I
gonna
mean she won't be 20. She won't be 21 till September. And her sister is just as mean as her. And she's what? Her sister's what? 10 months younger.
Mm.
Mm. There you
Yeah,
go.
she's gonna be getting
In a world where logic and sense flies completely out the window, while purple and yellow glasses are donned, rises a figure who encourages ridiculous, undying loyalty. Good Lord, I'm about to throw up. This has been yet another installment of the Bronzexual Confessions.
Oh my god. You know, motherfuckers are gonna be listening just for that shit alone. I'm telling you folks now, you're gonna hear a lot of Kennedy Blades in the next few years. You're gonna hear a
Mhm.
lot of Amita Moore, Moore, a lot
Yeah.
of years. Women's wrestling in America has picked the fuck up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's within the last 10 years, the level of competition they've been giving them bitches. I'm like, yo, don't laugh. I might be getting donations to make a world championship run. Don't laugh.
Mm.
I'm
Don't
not
laugh.
laughing.
If you hear me, I might have given up cigar smoking and drinking for a little bit.
Mhm.
Don't laugh. I will kick my own ass.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Charles, you now have the closing and the opening waiting for you.
Oh my god. That's piss. That shit. Women's wrestling is actually pretty competitive.
It
To
is.
me it's just as fun as the men's wrestling internationally.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, when you have people like Kennedy, um, Amita Lore, and
Mm-hmm.
also Helen Maroulis, those faces like that, nice personalities, they gravitate. You still got Jordan Burroughs, you got Kyle Dake, you
Mm-hmm.
got Snyder, you got now the coming out party of Aaron Brooks. And by the way, you know how Aaron Brooks got his spot on the Olympic team?
How's that?
He beat the reigning Olympic champion, the Magic Man. What's his name? God damn. not Kyle Dake. What's his name? Shit. Why am I losing my damn thoughts? David Taylor, the reigning Olympic champion in that weight class. He beat him 2 out of 3 matches.
Oh wow.
So, and guess who? And guess who he's the head coach of now?
Who's that?
He took over the spot from another wrestling legend, John Smith. So he's now the head coach of the the Cowboys.
Mm.
Oklahoma, what is that? Oklahoma State.
Oklahoma State.
Yep. By the way, he's one of the most accomplished wrestlers in Penn State history. 2-time NCAA Division I champion, 4-time finalist, 4-time Big Ten Conference champion, 2-time Dan Hodge Trophy winner. If you want to know what the Dan Hodge is the equivalent of the Heisman in wrestling.
Mm.
So, so imagine somebody winning the Heisman twice. How good would you have to be?
Pretty damn good.
Not only to win it twice, but from the long time I know about it, comparing it to the football Heisman, winning it in back-to-back years.
Has anybody won the Heisman twice?
Yes.
Who?
Archie Griffin, Ohio State.
What position did he play?
Running back.
Has a defensive player ever won the Heisman?
Yes. Only one to do it, Charles Woodson.
Wow.
Charles Woodson, 1997 out of Michigan.
Mm.
What type of fucking
folks,
season did he have?
Let's have some fun. Hey, folks, throw your sports trivia questions at me and I'll try to answer them. Let's have some fun here tonight.
I'm gonna stomp you with a couple of them.
I got one out of left. I got one out of left field for you.
Try me.
But I know you. But I know you can answer it.
Okay.
Why was Eric Lindros so overrated?
Let's see. He kept getting injured. He kept getting headaches. He couldn't stay on the ice.
Oh yeah, that was a hockey one. So, but I know Snowman can answer
it. Eric Lindros was so overhyped it wasn't even funny. Okay,
he was, yeah.
Eric Lindros was supposed to be this next great thing, and he never panned out to be.
Okay.
When was the last time? I always says, when was the last time the Mets won the championship? 1986. They beat the Boston Red Sox in 7 games.
Okay, I got one for you.
Oh, okay.
I got one for you.
Go ahead, Charles.
Which linebacker are you drafting? If you could get him in his prime automatically. Mike Singletary, Brian Urlacher, Ray Lewis, Bobby Wagner.
Fuck.
That's a hell of a lineup, isn't it?
Yeah.
Draft all the asses. Put them on 4 different lines. That's how you solve that. But to answer your question, that's not fair.
It is.
But I'll answer. But I have an answer. Ray Lewis. I'd go with Ray Lewis.
Why? And why?
Why? Attitude.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Mike Singletary was one of the originators of the attitude. Bobby Wagner for a while had it, but fell off. Ray Lewis was constant.
Mm-hmm.
Ray Lewis was. This is one thing I loved about Ray Lewis. Ray Lewis was constant. The only other linebacker I could put above him would be Lawrence Taylor. That maniac out of North Carolina was one of the ones that defined the linebacking position.
Mm-hmm. Brian Urlacher probably would have been the thing. He was on the right team.
Yeah, it seems to me Urlacher was the leader of the Bears for a while, but after that 2006 season, he fell off.
After that, if do you think where would you rank him if he would have won the championship with that team?
I still wouldn't.
Mm.
Even if he
Still
beat
would.
us, you still
I
wouldn't.
still would. I would rank him top 25 and at his position, but he fell off after that 2016. He fell off.
Yeah,
It's kind of hard to say. It's kind of hard. Go ahead, AB.
yeah, after Peyton beat him in the Super Bowl, he did fall off.
Hmm. He wasn't the same.
It's kind of hard to. It's kind of hard to say that about Ray because even in his last year, he's the oldest motherfucker on the field getting the most tackles.
Exactly. That's why I said I'd go either with Ray Lewis or with Lawrence Taylor, because even with LT, there was no fall off. Even after
Imagine if both of them were on the same team,
oh
and
jeez,
you had Ray in the middle, nobody running up that middle,
mm-mm.
and then you had fucking. Do you know how much that would have freed up fucking Ray to
Yeah,
come
to
through
have
the
Lawrence.
middle?
And here's the best part about it: Lawrence Taylor was a hybrid before the hybrid became cool.
Mm-hmm.
Lawrence Taylor was a hybrid because he could play an outside linebacker, he play an inside linebacker, he could also play on the defensive line. And before the Giants got their big offensive line with, let me try to remember, Leonard Marshall, Jim Burt, Jim Burt. I'm blanking on the right side, the right side. Howard Martin, Howard Martin, Leonard Marshall, Howard Martin, and Jim Burt.
Here's another good one.
Okay.
If you can make your perfect, if God said I'm gonna give you a line
Mm-hmm.
starting from the right to the left, who would you pick?
Defensive line or offensive line?
Offensive first.
Okay. Offensive line. Man, that's tough. All right. I'm gonna take a whirl at it. Oh, but now I'm thinking about all the offensive line I've watched over the past 40 years.
Yeah.
Oh, cats.
If we're starting off.
Let's go. Left tackle, Bubba Paris. Left guard, Gene Upshaw. Center is a toss-up. I'll come back to that. And a couple hybrids on the right side. One of them would be Jonathan Ogden.
I would have looked at you crazy if you didn't pick one.
One of them would be Jonathan Ogden. And then at right tackle would be Eric Williams from Central State. The only position I'm stuck on is center because there are so many responsibilities at center.
We would go Kelsey or Jeff Saturday.
Neither.
Really?
Neither. Tell you why. I have two people in mind: Randy Cross and JC Sapolo.
Are you done? Are you done with your fanboy picks? Because all you picking is fanboy picks, not logical sense picks, as in strength, as in toughness, as in let's get down and knock a motherfucker over. I can review half the shit you've been saying, Snowman.
But they both did what you said.
Are you ready for me to refute? Are you ready?
Hold on. I gotta get my pick. My picks. Then it's gonna be.
Like I said, there was so many for me to choose.
This is gonna be juicy. I gotta hold on, AL. This is gonna be juicy. I'm gonna make AL give his picks after mine because I want the suspense to build up for the crowd, for the audience.
Oh, jeez.
If I got a right hand quarterback, I want that motherfucking wall, Jonathan Ogden.
Yeah, that's good. I
Always
totally
I
forgot
rely.
about, I totally
I
forgot
can,
about Larry Allen.
old boy just said it right there. I can pick him over Jonathan Ogden any day of the week, and he would
And
mollywop
You know
Ogden.
what?
He would,
I'm gonna
and
tell you. Hold
Orlando
on,
City,
hold
This
on,
is
he
the
would
hold
beauty
on,
of
hold
it,
on, hold on,
gentlemen.
hold on.
mollywop hell.
This
Wait a
is the
minute.
beauty
Hold on.
of
Hold on, fellas. I'm gonna give
this is.
everybody a chance. Always reliable, Marshall Yonder.
Mhm.
Always reliable. If he doesn't make it to the Hall of Fame, shit's phony. Always reliable. I could pick a Kelsey, but guess what? Give me that motherfucker Larry Allen.
Yeah, Larry
Give me
Allen.
that mother. Give me
No,
that
And
don't
motherfucking
go
Larry.
yeah,
the best
you
part of
left
this,
him
Give
out
me
there, man.
Larry
Don't go
Allen.
you
You
know
And
the
left
best
him out
part
there,
about
man.
Larry Allen.
and right
You know the best
tackle.
part about Larry at
Right
right tackle.
tackle. Ooh, right tackle. Ooh, my God. Give me Orlando.
Orlando Pace. You know what's great about Larry
Now,
Allen though? You know what's great about Larry Allen though? The late great Larry Allen. I can't believe I'm saying late.
I can't believe it either because
He did. He
he was
he did
literally
both.
the strongest. He was literally the
He
strongest
absolutely he was,
football player ever
and he
that I've
kept
ever
proving
seen.
it for 16 years.
And and
What?
and the scariest part about him, he will chase motherfuckers down.
Darian, 1994, his rookie season when he chased down Darian Connor in the Superdome.
Mm.
Aikman threw an interception. Aikman threw the interception. Connor got it off the deflection, and Larry Allen took off.
Mm, took off like a bat out of hell.
Like a
Larry Allen.
from
Hey,
a
I mean,
standing position. From a standing position, I can see that play to this day. Connor had a 10-yard head start on him when he picked it off, and Larry Allen chased him down.
are you done? I'm
now
just
we got, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. We gotta start this thing off
Say it.
right.
Say it.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. We got the RTN. You know what that stands for? Real Texas nigga in the building. AL Evans. Hit the music.
And to back it up, Charles, AL, I have a present for you. Charles, hit it. It's waiting for you.
Yosemite Sam! It's Yosemite Sam! Yosemite Yeah, Yosemite Sam! The roughest, toughest He-Man, stuffest hombre has ever crossed the Rio Grande. And I don't mean Mahatma Gandhi. Now all of you skunks, clear out of here!
My, weren't there a lot of skunks in here?
Oh my God, that's a hell of an intro. Now, ladies and gentlemen,
Let's hear
everybody's
it.
mother trucker is going to give his greatest line
Offensive
select
line.
offensive line ever. Go, AL. The floor is yours.
I'm gonna get back to that defense because I'm so fucking upset at what the fuck y'all picked and how y'all picked and what you had thought
No,
about.
no, we doing offensive line first.
Offensive
Offensive line.
line. Offensive
Oh,
line.
y'all talking about linebackers in defense first. Let's call it phase to phase. And when I got in here, y'all kept going on, and I let you make it. But yeah, I'll start off with this offensive line that y'all totally got ass backwards off the rip. There's only a few things in life I know. Trucking is one, football is another. I got a state championship in the sport to prove it, and I play a little college ball. So I think I know a little bit of what I'm talking about. And I've been following the game since 1975. I was born in 73. So I've been following it that fucking long. I eat, sleep, and drink, not even trying to, but I do. But here we go. Okay. We're gonna put two Raiders on the same side. Upshaw, and we're gonna put Upshaw and we're gonna put Archdale on one side. Okay. We gonna put
Who's
Mike Webster
the
at
other one?
center.
Didn't hear the other.
I let y'all talk y'all shit, and I didn't say a motherfucking thing like he said.
Well, motherfucker, I'm asking who you said on the other side.
Hold
No, we didn't hear.
I heard
Hold
Upshaw.
on.
I didn't hear the
Hold
other
on.
name.
Hold on, Cletus. You had your offensive line. I let you make it.
Hold
I
on,
ain't
hold on.
even.
But to be fair, we didn't hear
Daniel,
your
all I'm
second
asking
pick.
is who was the other name. I didn't
We
hear
didn't hear your other
name.
pick.
I just said we starting off on the right side of the line with the Raider boys. Upshaw in
Upshaw.
check. And at center, we go put Mike Webster, who is actually, before everybody want to be calling Larry Allen the strongest lineman in the NFL, it had always been that small ass Mike Webster, 52, rest in peace. Then we go at the other guard with motherfucking Larry Allen, rest in peace to him. The second strongest man in the NFL. And then we go round it out with, I know this man picked Jonathan Ogden because he thinks Jonathan Ogden is all this and all that. Sorry, sir. There was another lineman in that same decade and I can actually name other linemen other than this one, but I'm going to choose him because he's modern to y'all thinking. But I can go way back. And I'm actually leaving a guard out who should have jumped in front of fucking Larry Allen, Larry Hanna, but I'm going to leave him out in the mix because that was one of the coldest white boy offensive.
Wow.
I have to leave him out because I put in Larry Allen. Sorry.
Okay, I got you.
Larry Allen got rings, Hanna don't. But Hanna, it was an All-American college 4 years and an All-Pro forever, and he win the NFL Hall of Fame as a lineman. So, period. You cannot take that from Hanna. Hanna could play up and down the line, all 5 positions, just like Larry Allen could. Period. And we go anchor out with that other tackle with Orlando Pace. Because even though I can't stand the fucking Buckeye, that motherfucking man stayed on his note throughout his college and pro career, period, point blank. And he'll make Jonathan Ogden look like a bitch, period. He did that. He did that. That's the offensive line I'm going to roll with. Now, to get back to what y'all were talking about them linebackers, y'all so totally off. And I hate the fact y'all only pick them because y'all looking from the lens in our eyes of, a star. No, it was actually linebackers in the league who was actually way more harder killers than the linebackers y'all mentioned. I'm going to start with the outside, and I'm going to replace Snowman's beloved Lawrence Taylor with a real killer. And when I mention his name, I won't get no rebuttals because I know I won't. And his name is Wilbur Marshall. Wilbur Marshall was flat out an unadulterated killer.
Lawrence Taylor was 20 times better than Wilbur Marshall.
Hold on, kill yourself with your noise. My guy got way more rings than Lawrence Taylor does. Lawrence Taylor only has 2 rings. This boy's got 3. Rest my case on that. Now let's move over to the inside linebacker spot because I only run 3-4. I don't give a damn about no 4 back line.
He's going old school. He's going old school.
I love this shit.
I need linebackers galore. I need pure killers out on their feet.
Did you hear what the War Truth said about you, AL? He came in shooting.
Yeah, come on, man. I don't play these games. What? When it comes to shit that I know, like I said, when y'all talk about shit, y'all know I shut the fuck up, turn in the ear put, and I'm gonna listen and I'm gonna learn. But
I want to know these 2 other linebackers. This gotta be some good shit.
No, ain't no 2. It's 3. I told you I run a 3-4, not a 4-3.
So the first one he has is Wilbur Marshall. I beg your pardon.
Wilbur Marshall
out of Florida.
I got Wilbur on the outside. I got Mike playing the mic. I got the other backer, even though I know in my heart of hearts that my baby cousin was 10 times better than him. He would have never got a scholarship if my goddamn cousin didn't sign. And the only reason why he didn't sign is because he was academically ineligible. So shout out to him. He deserved to get this more, but only because my baby cousin didn't get to show his raw naked ass. And that is Ray Lewis. I cannot lie. I will not tell no lies. You got Ray Lewis on one inside. You got Samurai Mike at the other, and the other linebacker.
Yep.
The other linebacker that's going on that outside. Ooh, as much as I want to put as much as I want to put Robert Brazile in there because I know he done everything and more, I cannot put Robert Brazile in here because you got to go with the other goddamn outside linebacker for the Bears, Wilson.
Wilson.
Otis Wilson. You got two Bear outside linebackers, and you got one Bear inside linebacker, and you got one Raven in the middle. Nose tackle, we going with Mr. Big Man himself from the University of Miami. Could nobody move? Butch Woolfolk. Period. Point blank. I'm putting J.J. Watt on one defensive end side, and then for that other defensive end, I need more of a.
You know what? Hold on. Pause. Did you say J.J. Watt?
Yeah, J.J. Watt is going on a D. He's going on the outside defense.
You know what?
What did I start here?
You know what? I can't even be mad at you. I can't even. Out of two of my favorite, there's only two of my favorite players.
When I finish this front seven, I want anybody.
Oh, go ahead, finish your front seven, man. Get it your front seven.
Hold on. When I finish this front seven, I dare anybody in the world to think they're gonna get a first down on that front seven. You're not gonna get a first down, and I'm around that other defensive end out with the Minister of Defense, Reggie White. Come on now.
Out of Tennessee.
Come on now. Somebody tell me if they stop in
Tennessee. Butch Woolfolk out of Miami. Who'd you say on the right? Who'd you say on the right side?
I remember, mind you, this. I actually picked Butch Woolfolk over a guy I truly love. I picked him over Warren Sapp. And you know, that was real fucking hard to do. But I had to give Butch Woolfolk the nod because he's got more Super Bowl rings than Sapp. So that's why you have to give him the nod. That front seven, ain't nobody running up against. You don't even have to bring a safety in the box on that front seven. I dare you. That would be oxymoronic to bring a safety into that box. That seven.
A request. I still, on your offensive line, I still didn't hear your Raider partner. I know you said Gene Upshaw. I heard that, but
you got the Raider boys playing guard and tackle. You should know that. I just Dale and Upshaw.
Who was? I didn't hear the name again. I didn't hear the name. You had bored out. That's what I'm trying to do. I didn't hear the name.
You got Upshaw at tackle. You got Shell at guard. You got
Shell. Okay, that's the name I was looking for.
Yeah,
I'm gonna tell you what. You got Mike Webster at center, you got Larry Allen at guard, and you got Orlando Pace at the other tackle. Where am I going wrong? On offense, I put literally nothing but offensive road graders and hellified 7-step pass protect droppers on my front line. On my defensive front,
the only thing I didn't hear the name Art Shell.
I got nothing.
I was trying to find out who the other name was.
Oh, you got your front of murderer's row. Your front seven is a murderer's row. Like you're gonna get the shit.
My offensive line is a 9-8-9
You ain't crossing the sticks anywhere with that deep.
You know what's gonna happen. You know what's gonna happen.
Looks like the front of that freight line right there. You're not going to stop. They're gonna push you out the fucking way. 5 yards or more a carry. And I haven't even mentioned my running backs, my wide receivers, my tight end, my safeties, my cornerbacks. I can put a team on the field of nothing but Hall of Famers across the board, and I dare anybody to whoop us. And if you whoop me, I'm going to shake your hand and tell you, you're a good man. You're not going to beat me.
I'm going to tell you what. Now that we're doing defensive line, I love me some J.J. Watt.
First thing you got to do is announce your scheme. What's your scheme? Are you 4 down or you 3 down? What you going to do? And we're not doing this new age gay ass defense, 4-2-5s and none of that. Real man defense.
No. We're doing 4-3 or 3-4. Because guess what? Either way, I got people in there. Of course, my middle linebacker is going to be fucking right. That'd be sacrilegious. I'm from Baltimore, nigga. Shit.
Yeah.
The fuck you mean? The fuck you mean? I mean, that's sacrilegious.
You need to be a homer on that one. So, you know.
Now, on the fucking edge, shit. Give me that motherfucking JJ. Give me that motherfucking JJ. Prime JJ Watt.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with that one. What you
give me. Shit. We might as well go We might as well go 3-4. Shit.
You going 3-4, you going 4-3. 4 down linemen is a 3 down line. Because you got to start from the front.
We're gonna start from the front. In the middle. Give me prime Haloti Nada.
We
What a
running through.
what a prime Haloti Nada with a prime JJ Watt. Who the fuck's fucking with them?
My lineman.
And then on top of that, shit. Let me see. Who else is on the other end?
You call that a defensive tackle and a Mike linebacker. You need another DT, you need another DN, and you need 2 more linebackers. Go.
Okay.
Mind you, like I said, you already got a DT.
Matter of fact, we're gonna keep it a family affair. We're gonna put TJ right behind his brother.
Okay, that's interesting. Well, you playing him at outside linebacker?
You put that motherfucker outside. Whatever JJ don't get, TJ gonna clean the fuck up.
Oh, so basically, you putting the Watt brothers side by side, one playing defensive end, one playing outside linebacker. So you got an outside linebacker. Okay, you got an outside linebacker. You got a DT.
I got a 1-2 combination of power and speed.
Okay. You got an outside linebacker, defensive end, a DT, and a Mike linebacker. You got to fill another DT, another outside linebacker. That's what you got to do.
Now, we already got prime fucking Haloti Nada in the middle with him. So he's stopping up. I love Vince, but you got the power of Vince Wilfork with some agility on the fucking line.
And you know what? Tony Saragusa is rolling over his grave at you, Baltimore man, right now.
I took pictures with him. But guess what? I love Tony. But guess what? I could put Tony side by side with him. You filling up all the gaps, nigga. You filling up the gaps. Then you put. Guess what? You put give me some more speed. Prime Aaron Donald.
You got way too many defensive linemen on the field. You needed a defensive end. How many? Hold on. You just said you finna play the Samoan and the Italian side by side. They're in the middle. You got the Watt boy. You got the Watt boy defensive end from the Texans. Then you got the Watt boy from Pittsburgh. Linebacker. You got the boy from Miami playing inside linebacker. All we need is a defensive end.
Hey, Darren, here's the link. Here's the link. Now, and Darren wants to get into this because Darren just as big as football fan as any nigga up here.
What the hell did I start a few minutes ago?
You started.
Hold on. He's not going to get up out of this. I need a goddamn defensive end. You can't play Aaron Donald at defensive end. He plays inside. No, remember, you can't take no takebacks. You went homers. You went with 2 homer picks on the inside. So guess what? That means you lost Aaron Donald. Give me a defensive end and give me an outside linebacker to weak outside linebacker spot, please. That's what I'm waiting on.
Matter of fact, what's the dude from the Cowboys?
Which one?
Outside linebacker.
He's actually a hybrid. He can play defense and outside linebacker. You want the new one, 11, or you want Ware? Which one you want? You want the Hall of Famer Ware, or you want the new boy that ain't proved shit? Which one you want?
Get Ware. Ware will tear you a fucking asshole.
Yeah, he's good for the pass rush, but he's mediocre against the run.
You already got
that point. I'm not going to argue that. Hey, AL, I got a proposition for you.
Okay.
You want to come on with me and do a play-by-play call? One day this season?
Look, nigga, I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this, and I'm going to do a commercial. I'm going to do a commercial. God damn it, Snowman. I'm going to melt you for this shit. I'm gonna do a commercial for this shit. Listen, if you motherfuckers want to hear some old school shit talking, beer drinking, liquor sipping, cigar smoking, football watching pair of motherfuckers that I would pay money to see, and you motherfuckers better pay money to see and to listen, It's gonna be everybody's mother trucker and old Frosty, the fucking snowman over here on a football game. That will be the most entertaining shit ever. Woo! That's a promo for your ass right there. What's up, Biggs?
Me and AL doing a play-by-play call. Oh my lord!
You might have found. You might have found. You might have found. Guess what?
Hold it before you introduce this next dude. I'm not letting you about my vice grip, son, bitch ass, my cop, my friend, my homie, my champion, my savior. God damn it! Who is your outside linebacker? Your defense end? You not slick. God damn it! Call him up. I need your front seven.
I could go Suggs if I really wanted to. Prime Suggs if I really
Outside
wanted to.
linebacker.
Well,
Man,
outside.
you can put one
Why?
outside linebacker.
Everybody picks LT. So damn much.
All he keep doing is picking Ravens. I swear to God, he's a homer.
Hey, I'm loyal, nigga. Is the nigga's knife on sack list. Come on now. I'm not losing.
Okay, we give you credit. You cheer for a squad that is so fucking defensive oriented and so fucking defensive great throughout their 20 plus years of existence. You got to go with way more defensive players with the Ravens than you go pick them for offense, because you can't even name two good Raven offensive players that's gonna go down in history other than Lamar being one.
Hold on. Jonathan
Ogden's already
What's
in.
up, Biggs?
Ogden's already in.
All right,
Hey, Biggs, you gotta talk up. You gotta talk up a little bit.
You hear all these homer picks? All I hear is homer picks.
Well, that's all we heard from you.
No, but
so
I was
next.
just asking. I was
Oh
answering
hell
the
no!
question of you.
Oh hell!
I know. I'm just giving you shit. I'm just giving you shit, AL. I'm just giving you shit.
But I got to defend my shit talking skills too. Shit. My rep's on the line. My reputation is on the line.
Well, let me say this before Biggs gets in. I have an open invite for anyone that wants to call a game with me this year.
I said win.
I figure if I'm going to be here in studio a lot, I do plan to do some games outside of studio, but I need some help with something, and I'll explain that in a minute. But as many games I'm going to do here in studio, I want to turn it into a bunch of money, and I want to turn it into a lot of fun. So I invite anybody that wants to call a game with me. Come on down.
What games do you call? Professional, college, high school, like
bit of everything.
All of them.
Bit of everything. I've been doing this 28 years, man.
Oh damn, that's what's up, bro.
But because of health concerns, I've been limited to doing games in studio. Hopefully that month, next month, I beg your pardon, it will change because there is an offer on the table from an outfit up in Northwest Indiana. I'll get it more into my situation in a minute and why I need you guys' help. But I have a chance to get back in the booth. After 3 years off because of cancer and because of blood clots and all that stuff.
Boy, we're gonna get you some exercise bands. We're gonna put you through a workout regimen.
I say this to you, Charles. Bring them the fuck on. I'm ready.
Like, was the exercise bands a lifesaver for you?
Mm-hmm. Because I got two of them right here that I use.
I told you, progressively get the resistance up. Progressively go up in resistance. And I'm gonna tell you, I would even go Micah Parsons. God damn.
It's we're talking about new school.
I know a linebacker right now that's better than Micah Parsons.
Who's that?
I don't even consider Michael Parsons a linebacker.
Fred Warner. Yeah, Fred Warner is better. God damn. Fred Warner is better.
I do not consider Michael Parsons a true linebacker because he never drops in coverage on a consistent basis. He has no coverage skill. The only thing he knows how to do is rush a quarterback or put his hand in.
Exactly. And they want to list him. And they want to continue to list him at linebacker. And they want to continue to list him at linebacker when he consistently gets beat.
Yeah.
Because small. Why the fuck are you? Dallas has not developed this boy. They just rely on this boy's physical attributes. If he gets 10 plus sacks a year, you want to say he's the next best thing
Next
since
great
sliced
thing,
bread.
and he's not.
Whatever they get in a game that calls for him to, all right, it's your job to contain the edge, seal the edge. It's your job to make sure nobody turns the corner on you. Can he do
All
it
right, I got one.
consistently?
I got
No.
one. Hold on, I got
No.
one. I got one. Hold on, I got one.
Hold
I
on,
got one.
hold on,
But
hold on.
Okay,
hold on.
Wait a
Biggs is
minute,
coming in.
wait a minute,
Hold on.
Biggs. We got to give you the rules. First, you got to give your offensive line, greatest offensive line, modern day, Hall of Famers, freeze, whatever.
Okay, well that's easy
Then you got to give your front seven on defense.
on defense.
And
Okay,
on, ready, set, go.
And go.
all-time Dallas Cowboys. Emmitt Smith. He had the best line to me.
No, no, no.
Moose
You got to
Johnson.
pick.
No
You
name.
got to wait a minute. This the rule. This the rule. You got to pick individual. Hold on. You got to pick. You got to pick individual. Each individual for your line, for your
Okay,
offensive
all right,
line.
all right, no, okay,
Entitled
all
to
right,
be a
no,
homer.
that's fair.
He's
No,
entitled to be a homer. If he wants to pick the whole Dallas Cowboys 90 offensive front line, and you know what? I ain't even mad at him for
It's
it.
a hell of a line.
If you
Which is
think
That's a
a
hell
about
of a
it,
line.
if you think about it, they were considered the Great Wall. They were considered the Great Wall.
and I'm just
Everybody,
talking.
everybody envies that offensive line. But guess what? I'm gonna tell you like this, Big. That's a straight up fucking homer move if I ever seen one my fucking self. We were
Ain't quite a few homer
Right.
moves. What the hell
What
about it?
you did was you took the sissy man cowards way out. So no
Oh
respect.
no. I'm just speaking. No. We're not gonna do that. But my thing is, that's what we're not gonna do. But my whole point of it is,
You have to like it. It's like an asshole, but you have to respect.
okay. Well, you know what? You're absolutely right. But again, we're not gonna do that because I'm speaking of my era. You understand what I'm saying? Or whatnot. And my old school is that was the best offensive line that I've seen.
Tuane, Mark Tuane out of Hawaii, Nate Newton out of Florida A&M. Well, they had Derek Kennard out of Nevada Reno for the 95 team, but then they split duties with Mark Sepnotsky out of Pittsburgh and John Giesick, I believe, out of Cal State Sacramento. And then on the right side, you had Larry Allen out of Sonoma State, and then Eric Williams out of Central State. But before Larry Allen was there, I'm trying to remember his name. There was a big old right tackle by the name of right guard, I beg your pardon, by the name of Kevin Gogan out of Washington. That's the 90s offensive lines for the Dallas Cowboys.
And they always was a staple to me once I found out that was my thing. This my little quick history or whatever with my feeling of offensive line. You had Tony Dorsett, averaged the same type of career of rushing. You understand that Emmitt Smith has. So my thing is whatever that they were doing with that offensive line coaching or whatever, it was immaculate to me. Like all they had to do is just pick a hole to me when they ran the ball.
You had five Philippines on the front line. How fucking hard was that to do? Shit, all you had to do is say, go, hike, and you watch 5 road graders move heaven and earth every down. Hell, man, Dallas only threw because they wanted to throw. And and this is something you would never ever have thought of. You actually have to give Jimmy Johnson credit. Because if you understand Jimmy Johnson
out of that line, that's what he did.
If you understand Jimmy Johnson's career as a coach from OSU, from Arkansas to OSU to Miami to the Cowboys, he was a pass first guy. When he came to the league, he had to totally revamp his way of thinking. And he did that. That shows the excellence of coaching in Jimmy Johnson. Because if you know anything about coaches, it's one thing coaches don't like to do. They don't like to change with the times and trends. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And for a man who was at Miami and they throwing the ball 30, 40 times a game and they use 3 and 4 and 5 running backs in a game who barely average 60, 70 yards a game. His best running back at the time, he only had 2, Alonzo Highsmith and Braxton. And Braxton, 5, if he wouldn't have hurt his fucking knee, that boy was going to be cold. He never got to make it to the league. So he really coached in the 80s with Miami with no fucking running backs. And Gary Cleveland was his other running back. His running backs were fullbacks. His running backs were fullbacks. They were fucking fullbacks. So for him to say, all right, I'm going to come to Dallas. I'm not going to throw 40 and 50 times a game. I'm going to build me up an offensive line that can withstand the test of time. I'm going to go get me a short, little, quick running back who is strong enough to run between the tackles. Can't nobody fucking see. And I'm going to use my tight end like I'll get out. And I'm going to play action to death with Troy Aikman. Simple. I still run that simple offense that can beat somebody. Period. That's a too easy ass offense. It's a too easy offense. That's a plain Jane. All they did was run hooks down and in, down and out, and fly.
So if it works,
all the fuck Dallas did. Dallas never done nothing exotic. Nothing.
No. Just I don't care if it's Dallas or the high school down the street from me. You understand what I'm saying? If it works, it works.
Yeah, so absolutely. If you can't stop it, if you can't, what a coach say, if you can't stop it, I'm gonna keep running it over and over till you stop it. When you stop my, when you
so
stop
all the old school.
I'll go to my counter. But I'm coming back to my.
Charles, can you put that back up a minute? Let me get this in really. Let me get this in really quick. I put this in the chat. Now it's up on the screen because. Well, y'all know I've been through hell the last 3 years, and now when I have an opportunity to get back to work and an opportunity for some broadcast assignments up here in Indiana, I'm having some troubles with my car, and I cannot and will not ask my wife to help me with these repairs. These are repairs that I want to get done on my own so she can continue to work and put some money away, and then I can start working and putting some money away to get us to where we need to go. So in short, I need you guys now more than ever.
Definitely. I'm gonna tell you what. Y'all need to put your deposits down because when the Snowman and AL do their football talk, if you entertain now and laughing your ass off of all the fucking shit talking, by the way, there's only 2 running backs over everybody: Eric Dickerson and Jamal Lewis. I had to put that plug in.
Jamal the fuck Lewis.
What you not gonna do is use my running back from Texas and take a motherfucker who played in Tennessee and think you go get you 2,000-yard running back and have him back. That is what the fuck you not to do, Bucko. Not on my watch. Not on my watch. No.
Oh my God. Dude, you gotta promote this. You gotta clip this shit right there. That shit. You gotta put that in fucking shorts.
I will clip this. I will clip this. I will clip this for you. I will. When we end this tonight, and my daughter's already. I got some time tonight. I got some time tonight, Charles.
Hold on. This motherfucker, he thought he was slick. He looked about it so fast, like he thought I wasn't gonna hear that shit. He tried to say Eric Dixon and Jamal Lewis. Like I don't understand what the fuck. He just tried to put in his fucking backfield. Oh no, matter of fact, Homer, you can have your Homer running back, your 1 season 2,000-yard back, but you're not finna get my goat. You're not finna get my goat. No
we getting giddy up.
Yeah.
We getting giddy up.
Yep.
You gonna like? You know what I call him on that? You gonna like the way this dick feels, Dickinson. Wow! I'm running into you.
He said Eric Dickerson and Jamal Lewis.
No, That shit ain't flying. That shit ain't flying. Cause see, what he go get is a case of the confuseisms, just like Tom Landry did, just like Dan Reeves did, and just like R. Shell did. When you get two super running backs on the same field, coaches act like they don't know how to coach no more. Oh, we gonna quit on the set so we can reverse the Walker. Oh, we gonna quit running.
Wait a minute. What's homeboy? What's homeboy from fucking What's homeboy from
Tony
What's
Garcia?
homeboy from Miami? What's homeboy from Miami?
Which back you talking about? Old back, new back? What?
No, not Miami. The Oilers. They're fucking running back. They're old.
Earl Campbell.
God damn. That motherfucker's half black and half silverback.
No, he just have silverback, half gorilla, because he go harder than most niggas do. He go realer than most niggas. That's why he's a goat.
Yeah.
God damn, that's a true power back.
I'm not even finna put my idol, the highest idol, numero uno, in this discussion. Some backs, like I'm gonna tell you right now, these are the backs y'all gonna leave off the table. I don't care what the fuck y'all say. Y'all can get mad. I'm taking these running backs off your table. You're not going to be able to talk about these running backs. You're not going to talk about Earl. You're not going to talk about Walter. You're not going to talk about Gil Sayers. And one more. And you're not going to talk about John Riggins. I'm not going to let you talk about those 4 running backs. You do not get to put them in, because if certain running backs. Certain running backs that can do just so damn much that if a coach gets him, he's gonna do what Bum Phillips did to Earl Campbell, and I'm not gonna let y'all do that. No, because if you pick the kind of backs I know y'all want to pick, you're gonna forget about throwing the ball, because once you pick the kind of running backs that y'all want, you're gonna do what most coaches do. We're gonna run some more, run again, run some more, run again, and run some more. And then if we fourth and whatever, we might think about fourth. No, I can't let you do that. I need you to pick respect. Nothing. And we got, and I can't even stand this dude's name, and I'm finna name him, because he spent more time in his career going backwards than he did forwards. But only because once he did go forward, he made everybody go ooh and ah. So, we got to keep Barry Sanders off the list. See, I'm an ex-running back, and I'm an old running back coach. And a running back coach who watches a man go backwards before he goes forwards is not a man that he's going to rely on. I understand he's explosive. I understand he's dynamic. I understand he makes the girls' pussies get wet. I know he makes the guys' hearts go ooh. But look here, as a coach, the first thing you tell a running back is you go forward. If you go backwards, you're a disgrace to me. I will not play you. And only because you had an unorthodox ass coach who was about to lose his job in Oklahoma State decide, okay, hey, he's putting good kickoff returns. Let's try him at running back. And that's
running back coach. Running back coach, I got a question for you. So, as passionate as you said what you said, how do you feel about Keaton Mitchell? Bust, or if he get healthy, he'd be good?
Keaton Mitchell. Who the hell is that?
Are you serious?
Who the hell is that?
The one that bust heads for the Ravens, but got hurt last year? I'm just saying. I don't know. You're a running back coach, so you judge running back.
Who? I'm giving you my answer. Who?
All right, Al. All right, it's cool. All right. It's cool.
Who? I mean, dude.
Tell me. Wait a minute. Give me a woo in the chat if you're not entertained. God damn it, Snowman, simulcast this shit, because we're gonna promote this shit today.
Hold on. I have to give you an honest prerequisite of what it takes to qualify as being in a good running back category. Minimum, gentlemen, they got to be between 8,500 yards on the low end, high end in the 10 plus thousand. So
As a
if you know
career,
your height is
like
10
as a
plus
career
1,000,
total,
and see
career
that's
expanded.
why I can't even allow
Eliminate back
y'all
on
to.
the list.
This is why I can't
Eliminated.
even allow y'all to put dudes like Bo Jackson in this conversation. Everybody knows how great Bo Jackson was, but Bo Jackson was a comic. And if you know anything about a comic, it shoots off bright and it's bright in the stars, but what happens at the end? It
Fades
burns
out.
down. And
No,
that's
I
what
can
his
respect
career
that.
was
No,
as
I
a
can.
football player. I love him as a football. I know. Look, he was the second coming of Earl Campbell. And for me to let that shit out my mouth, that says a fucking lot. But for you to say, okay, because you don't like what the Tampa Bay owner did to you, Q Cloverhouse did to you, you say you go snub the NFL for a few years to go play baseball. And then
Reign
you
error.
see Dion comes in and he's playing baseball and football and he's getting that shit. You say to myself, oh, 3.5 years later, I'm ready. The Raiders use their supplemental pick on me to pick me up. No, motherfucker, why you didn't come in after that Heisman guns blazing like most motherfuckers did that got that Heisman? Where they have to go? To the shittiest team off the rip and fucking prove themselves. Oh no, you tried to take the smooth, easy way route. See, that's what I hated when 87, 88, and 89 came around because then you had
Mhm.
that new generation of football player athlete thought he could make individual decisions on his career. Did he
Hey,
not
check
know
this
he was
out
a
though,
part?
old school.
But
Hey,
did
hey,
they
hey,
not
hey.
know that was a part of the slave camp culture? These owners are slave owners. If they draft you, they own you, boy. You play what they tell you to play. And for you
Check
to
this
have
out.
the audacity and gall to
Old
tell a
school,
white
old
man,
school,
no,
old
you're not
school,
going
old school, old
to.
school, old school, old school, old school. You gotta relax. I just wanted the interruption. From now on, I'm calling you old school. Every time I
Hey,
hear,
hey, 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 Biggs. This is AL normal.
Yeah,
no,
because
no,
I
no,
don't
no,
care.
no, 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 no,
This
no,
is
no, no,
cool.
no.
No, no, no,
This
no.
is
But I'm gonna let
cool,
Biggs
I'm on.
continue. But let
If
Biggs
you
continue
can't have
because
a two,
Check
if
this
you
out.
can't have
I
a
don't.
two though, what's gonna happen when you see 10? You got to be able to take them. I take it all in moderation. I'm really a nice guy when you get to know me. I am a nice guy when you get to know me. I'm an asshole by nature, but I'm a nice guy when you truly get to know me. I'm telling you.
No, 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 no. I get it, but I'm for now on. I don't care what they call you. I'm gonna call you old school. That's what I'm gonna call you because you know
You can call
the
me a
roots.
motherfucker. Just don't call me late to bed because I'm gonna be there on time with hard dick and bubble from the motivation side of business. I'm thinking that.
Oh my gosh, bro.
Okay.
if you're not entertained by this shit, folks, please like, share, subscribe, donate. Guess what?
Please, please.
We just doing $48 tonight. Come on, donate. And
Man,
closing the better, man.
Listen,
This shit is. Go ahead, Biggs, with your comment because this is football talk.
let's keep this going, folks,
This is
I
because
love it.
football talk,
I
man.
love it. I
we're
love it. I love
trying to use entertainment to help each other and to spread the true message of the Black Manosphere, especially with AL's crazy ass.
Oh
But
yeah,
we love him.
AL. That's my brother from Note. Guess
Crazy.
what? I'm gonna tell you what. When AL and we not even gonna talk about the issue. When AL said he had an issue, the Manosphere opened up. When I had an issue, AL lent the air. Biggs, we go back almost 30 years, nigga.
it. Yeah.
Snowman, we almost go back a decade, so you already
Yes.
know.
Yes.
That's how you define brotherhood. This is how grown ass men talk for all our detractors.
Yep.
Notice we stayed away from female fuckery for like what, an hour and a half.
Hour and a
And
half.
even
Yeah.
and even when I talked about love and misinformation, I talked about both sides of the plate. Did I not? AL and Snowman.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We're having fun talking about old school smash mouth fucking football.
Smash mouth football, baby.
Guess what? The way y'all felt about Smash Mouth football was the way I felt about Kennedy Blades when she suplexed that bitch on the Olympics.
That
Tell
shit, that
tell
shit.
him, tell him, tell him.
I still
Hey,
say they
Biggs.
need to arrest that bitch. I still say they need to arrest that bitch. That bitch damn near broke that woman's neck. That was you. And as far as wrestling is
Hey,
concerned, I
Biggs.
know you like it. It was
Yep.
all legal. But look here, I actually felt sorry for that white bitch. I was like, God damn, she broke your neck. Oh, God
Hey,
damn.
Biggs. Hey,
Yo,
Biggs.
yo, yo, yo,
Hey, Biggs.
yo.
What's the name of our coach?
Brown, baby, all the way. If it ain't brown,
Brown.
it ain't right.
What would Brown would have said? Good job.
Mhm.
He would have said, "May he rest in peace, power, and paradise."
Oh,
And
we
guess
was
what?
raised by
He,
greats. We were raised by
as
greats.
my Islamic brothers would say, "Peace be upon his name." Guess what? He would have told her, "Good job. You're in the gold medal finals." Guess what
And that's
Brown
it.
told me? Remember my first championship, Biggs?
Oh
Brown
yeah.
told me. He said, "I don't care if you got to break his neck." Brown never cursed, but he was
Mm-mm.
very. He was like, "I don't care if you got to break his neck."
He
The
was very
next
clear.
The next match is the championship finals.
And what you
Hmm.
You're a
put the
first
mash
year
on?
wrestler going to the championship finals. I'm going against a guy who wrestled 6 years. Everybody here on this panel been high level athletes. Yes or no?
Could I chime
Hmm.
in? Could I chime in? Could I
Go
chime in?
ahead. Go ahead,
I was
Biggs.
like literally like there, like he not gassing it up. Like it was to the point when we got to the finals, like everybody was pretty much like had their shit ready to go. Like for real. That's how bad he was supposed to lose. Man, I called him C. C got in there and got busy with this dude. You understand what I'm saying? Like it was a knockout, drag out, and got busy. And his name was on the map ever since. I'm being real with you. He get
And guess what?
yeah,
The first time, and it's funny, the first championship was wow. The second championship was like, it's not a fluke. When I went
Right.
over there to Germany, oh, this nigga's serious. When I came back my senior year and I won McDonough, by the way, McDonough's a private school, and private
yeah.
school wrestlers are supposed to be 10 to 20 times better. When I won that shit, oh, that's that nigga. He's no longer the man. That's that nigga.
But you been that since what when we did it what sophomore year, 10th grade year? Like
But
you
but but
been
guess what? But guess what? You gotta make believers out of motherfuckers. Remember when y'all went undefeated on the football team of late?
yeah.
People didn't believe y'all were that good till you actually went to the finals.
Mm-hmm.
That's when you start notice you start getting a crowd when you start going to the finals and shit. Motherfuckers don't believe you're a black man in America. Nobody believes you're great till your greatness is gone. Can I get an amen and a woo?
Amen for
Woo!
that.
I'm on raw. I'm on raw.
Amen raw and woo. See, that's the one thing people don't
It
talk
was to the
about.
point. Hold on, watch this. See, I got one for you. I got one for you, bro. Since you popping your collar, you tucking your shit, you hear me? Our school wasn't even really known. Like in our area, I don't know if anybody on the chat from Baltimore or
No,
the
say it
Maryland
right. We
DOE.
from where?
I said Baltimore, nigga. Fuck is you?
Baltimore. No T.
Yeah, I said that the first time.
Baltimore. Baltimore.
But but my whole point is like we was known for football, basketball. You understand what I'm saying? Like for real. And like if schools were known for like lacrosse, wrestling, things outside of like the black culture, you understand what I'm saying? Like we you damn sure ain't got no competition with that. But I was there. I'm not just gassing this up. Like I was literally there. God take my breath. 10th grade, yeah, city. The city, you and Vice, man, y'all made noise. You, Vice, and Barkley. It was a three-headed monster. They ain't know what to do or how to prepare. Like I'm talking about across everywhere. We went from city, not knowing, being known in the city, but being known across like
The whole
DMV.
state.
That's DC.
The
No, it was DC,
DMV,
Maryland.
literally.
Yeah,
And I'm
yeah,
not lying. He's not lying about that. Think about this, right? For all you guys who not familiar with wrestling, my weight class was 160, 171.
mhm,
I could hit a switch and tell me if I'm lying. You have all permission to call me out, Darren, if I'm lying. I could hit a switch from any position.
yeah.
You can pick me up in the sky and I can hit that shit in midair. I can crawl and hit it, stand up
It
and
was
hit it.
like WWF, but on some like with rules, with wrestling. You see what I'm saying? With
But
wrestling,
here's the crazy part. Here's the
period.
amazing part about it. Most wrestlers did not hit switches above the 140-pound weight class.
Nope.
But I was
They were too
170
big. Hmm.
hitting that shit. Like, no, I literally had people fearing that move. Bow. Like, people was like, yo, he got to switch. Stay on his left side. Bitch, I practiced that side too. Bow.
I don't know
Mhm.
how many cultures it was. Like, oh no, I don't know how many cultures it is. Like listening, so I'm not trying to offend anybody when I
Oh,
say this.
we offend
But
we offend everybody. We love
all right,
everybody
well,
here.
all right,
Everybody gets
well,
offended
cool.
here too. Guess what?
Mhm.
My man Snowman got a white wife, and we love her too. Guess
All right,
what?
well, guess what?
Guess
Well,
what? We
guess what?
can't be
Well,
anti-Semitic because all of us are black, and this motherfucker from Eritrea.
man, you
It's as
just
Semitic as they come.
Wait a minute.
No,
We
he ain't
Semitic than a
bullshitting.
motherfucker.
Wait.
Everybody
And the
on here is Semitic than a motherfucker.
Wait a minute. And the best part is, as much shit as these fellas give me about my wife, they love her dearly because they heard her give me shit. They heard me give her shit. And
Guess what?
it's all love here. It's fun.
Biggs, how your wife's down for you. That's how his wife is down for him.
oh no, that's what's up.
Nigga,
You got
will
one.
you
You got a
please
real.
wake up?
Everyone.
Guess what? She's white, but guess what? We don't care.
Oh no, man,
She's a
love is
good
Exactly.
love.
woman.
Love is love. But
Love is
Love
love.
is
We don't
absolutely
so
care.
love is
hold on, hold on. I'm
absolutely
gonna
love
get
is.
back to hold on.
Wait
I'm
a
gonna
minute.
get back to that. I'm
BGS
hold
said
on.
BGS said
Hold
the greatest thing when he heard Jody say, don't be showing my dirty ass house because she thought I was on camera and I didn't have my screen up. And BGS said the greatest thing when he said, and I quote, "You sure that ain't a black woman in there?" Whole panel fell out laughing.
We laugh like a motherfucker with that one, boy. Back to you, Biggs.
But yeah, my whole point, my bad for the whole disclaimer, but I gotta give it up. That's just me. But anywho, yo, I mean, it was white people, black people, all types of. I know everybody on this joint probably can remember Go Bird,
Oh yeah.
Go Bird. Like they was really saying fuck nerd. Like it wasn't just in my head. Like it was like really out loud. Like how do y'all even know this guy? Like for real. Like it was a big deal. Like he really did his thing. Like really did his thing. But I still whip his ass at the end of the day. But besides that, Charles was that guy, man. Charles definitely was that guy. Charles was that man on that wrestling mat and got busy.
I love it. I
And
love it.
I'm humbled by that because it's been so many years. And I told Biggs the other day watching the Olympic wrestlers, I'm getting that itch again, and I might have to go back. I might be too old for the Olympics 4 years from now, but you never know. If I'm healthy enough, I will try out for that. But nigga, I might try out for the world team next year, at least try for a national title. You never
You
know.
try that, and my ass will find a way to call the match.
And I'm
Every
gonna
one of
tell you,
yours.
like I'm gonna tell you, because one thing about Biggs and the rest of my friends, they're gonna keep me honest in a motherfucker. They like, no, only one drink a week, and one cigar a week. Fuck you, niggas. And it's funny because there's only, and I do believe in this rule. You should always have a certain select few people who can check
Yeah.
you. And
Yep. And I
it's
married
funny
mine.
because like Darn, when Darn went through his forte of football and he played defense and offense, you got to remember, like, you got to think Darn was doing his thing in football when I was doing my thing in wrestling, and it was like it's crazy because dudes like us, because we go to a black school, we love Lake Clifton, but goddamn, you'll never hear about us. You know what makes students actually better students is when they hear about the legacy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I want to get good grades so I can match that guy or break that guy's record. and it's funny because to this day, Mr. Brown told me out of his Hall of Fame, a guy who coached track and field and wrestling for 40 years, because he was just as crazy about track and field as wrestling. And he would
Mhm.
go to the pin relays, and actually it was once again another Mr. Brown moment. It was because of him I fell in love with track and field as well. And it was like out of 40 years of wrestling and coaching wrestling, he told me there's only four guys in 40 years on his personal Hall of Fame list. Lloyd Cox, who was he was third in the state 2 times in a row. Terry Hobson, probably one of the most best technical wrestlers I've ever seen in my life. That motherfucker can hit a fucking fireman's carry without touching your leg. And I've seen him do it in a he actually wrestled Greco-Roman and hit a nigga with a fireman's carry without touching their fucking legs. That was the most
Damn.
mind-blowing shit to me. I was like, this nigga's nicer than fucking college wrestlers. Number
That was
three,
raw talent. That's the crazy part. He took
he
raw
wasn't
talent.
raw. He was surgical.
Nah,
He
that
was
was raw.
surgical. I
By the
gotta
time
give it.
Brown got to,
I'm gonna tell you, he was surgical with that shit. He never wrestled Greco-Roman before that, and he hit the motherfucker with a fireman's carry without touching the. He was surgical. Then number three is the innovator, Gary Barclay, a motherfucker who's 130 pounds, who had legs damn near as big as mine, and I was 170, and could damn turn his body almost 180 degrees, and will pin
Wait,
people standing up. Number
freaking
four,
nature type shit. Yeah.
number four was me, and quoting Terry Hobson again. He's like, you're like a black Russian. He's like, if you were in Rocky 4, Rocky would have got his ass whooped. he's
Damn.
like, he's like, you just felt no pain. He's like, he was like, and this is just what he said to me, and I would just laugh. He was like, it's like you're juggernaut. Like there was nobody you couldn't take down. There was nobody who would just make you sweat. You would show no emotion. He would be like, it was. He said when you wrestled, it was like the Terminator. And I remember Gary, because Gary was the mouth of us, and I was the heart. And it was like Gary said, anytime you lost, it was like the day Superman died. Like, God damn,
Damn.
man. But I thought Gary was just as good as me. And the thing about I loved about those guys, 3 out of 4 of those guys were on the same team. That just tells you how special that team was. And we were wiping the floor with motherfuckers. And when I look at guys like Aaron Brooks, Kennedy Blades, excuse me, because she's a lady, Emmy Moore, who's getting the sponsors and all the shit we didn't get in the 90s to 2000s, I'm proud of them people. I'm proud of looking at, Kennedy, who's black, Aaron Brooks, who's black. Yeah, people may say they mixed, no, they black. I'm proud of them because they made the best of their situation. You're supposed to go further than what we did.
Yep.
And you know what? And you know one of the most touching things that Aaron Brooks sent me in Instagram. I never talked about it, and I said, "Man, I wish that we had the sponsors y'all did. God bless you. You're doing great with it." And you know what he said? He said, "Thanks to your generation, that I could reach my dream." Do you know a tear came out of my eye when he said that?
I love it. And that's what we want to do for the next generation that follows us here in the manosphere. Have them kicking more ass than we did and having fun doing it.
And that's the fun part. We're not. I told Rob, and I tell him all the time. He's in his room now because he got his wisdom teeth pulled. Stop acting like a bitch, Rob.
But you know what though?
His little
I don't know.
girlfriend.
It just dawned on me. Y'all might look at me like I'm crazy. I'm sorry to interrupt you. See,
No,
my
go
bad.
ahead.
But
You
I
good.
just wish like that
As a
whole
matter
time.
of fact, nigga, you need to come. Nigga, matter of fact, I'm gonna let you tell your part again. Nigga, you need to come up here more.
Okay. All right. Say
Because
less.
guess what? You're a married man of almost 2 decades, and you need to tell your story more for the men who are either freshly married or freshly getting relationships on telling your story on how the fuck you make it work through the good times and bad times. And I really do mean that. Guess what?
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
think I don't love you or your Tiff? Guess what? There's some times that when you and Tiff were down and I had to go on the phone with your wife and I was like, he's good, give him space. Just like he's gonna give you space. And I tell people, guess what? I brag on you. Believe it or not, I brag on Ali and his wife. Nigga, y'all think I'm against black love? No, I love black love that works.
I know you're not. I know you're not against it.
And guess what? I brag on you motherfuckers. Because guess what? My boy Darren will tell you. His wife will tell you. When you see them together, it's a beautiful thing. Whether they up or down. But guess what? We still working it out and we still together. Right, Darren?
Exactly.
Facts. Nah, that's real. That's straight up.
But guess what? How many people give you that fucking praise?
Yeah, it's few and far between.
But people don't listen to that part of the live stream when I talk about black love.
No, I don't. And I already know. I already know they don't listen. Hell, because
They don't talk about
complain to
that.
me.
Just like I talk about, guess what? You're married to a white woman, Snowman.
Yes,
That
sir.
woman is good to you, regardless of whatever color. She could be green. Just does the motherfucker make you happy?
Hell yeah, she's made me happy since September of 18.
Not calling
So
your
cheers.
wife a motherfucker, of course, because you know.
I know. Listen, Charles, she's got more of a
No,
potty
she's a
mouth.
badass motherfucker. That's what you
Wait
got
a
to
minute.
understand about her.
Motherfucker.
Guys,
Matter of fact,
guys, I've had so many people say things, say phrases to me and praising my wife, and they use cuss words and like, man, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go. Look, my wife knows I love George Carlin, and she has a bigger potty mouth than I. And then they go, she's straight. Yeah.
But guess what?
Jody is wonderful.
A lot of people don't remember this. When I had a conversation with Ali's current wife when they were just together, even me and Darren knew they were going to get married. We knew. We're brothers, basically. You may not, blood doesn't make you family. Decisions do.
Right.
And
facts. Big facts.
Big facts. Big fucking. Can I get a woo from everybody on that one?
Woo!
See, you gotta.
Ooh, yeah.
You gotta understand this. When his current wife now, back then girlfriend or fiance, she said, "Always, I always leave a man with his dignity." I pulled, and they had a cookout on Broadway when they used to live on Broadway. This is how Darren knows. I pulled Ali to the side, and he thought I was joking because I was smoking a cigar, and I'm the finest of cognac, so I'm a little bit inebriated. Okay, I'm a lot inebriated.
I was gonna say only a little.
And I pulled him to the side and I said, dude, if you don't marry this woman, I'll beat your ass. He's like, what you mean, yo? You know how loud Ali is. Shut the fuck up, Ali. I said, yo, what she just said proved that she was a wife. And guess what? When your brothers confirm she's a wife.
Mm-hmm.
Let motherfucker get away. You'll never find another one like that again.
Shit, people were saying that about me and Jody when they saw us together up in the booth in Michigan City when I was doing football from Michigan City High. Everybody in that booth at one time or another throughout the season, whether we were in Michigan City at Ames Field or whatever visiting field we were, they were coming up to me saying the same thing. And you better marry this one. This is you. That's all they kept saying.
I'm gonna tell you, one day I'm gonna do a Manosphere meetup at BlurCon in March, and then I'm gonna do another one at the Harbor. Well, the speaker. For some odd reason, I need to find this song. Times are good, times are happy,
I'll
happy
find
and
it.
sad.
I
Man,
will find it.
but I
You give me a couple of days. I'll find it.
and it's like so jazzy. But I used
Wait a
to
minute. Wait a minute. If
listen.
y'all are gonna be at BlurCon, if y'all are gonna be at BlurCon, who's gonna help me kidnap BGS and dump him in Virginia? I mean, dump him in Georgia.
Well,
Please?
you gotta bring that old motherfucker up to BlairCon to do a meet and drink. Tell that
I gotta kidnap. But you know we gotta swing by Georgia because old Gorilla Grip gotta be, and everything.
you know,
I ain't shit. I know I ain't shit.
got my
If it's that good, you'll
we got my fellow veteran in the building, Lewis Collier, aka the Red Pill. What the call yourself these
The
days?
Red Pill Marine,
Red
Mr.
Pill.
Power Tool himself.
You
Your
know,
favorite mulatto?
Mulatto.
Yo, what's up?
What did he call me?
What's up, Lewis?
What did he say?
He said Red Pill Mulatto. God damn, man.
Yeah,
Well,
your
well,
favorite mulatto.
I thought I was the only person drinking.
wait a minute. Ray, Louis, you're mulatto?
Yeah.
His mom's
I thought
white.
you were just light skinned.
Your mom's white, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I
But
just,
guess what?
oh, my bad.
What? You black nigga.
Mm-hmm.
The fuck? Like people be like, oh, my mom black. My mom's white. Nigga, you a nigga. The fuck?
You still, I mean, what's his name? What's that one player? What's that one guy in the NBA? Mom's white and dad is black, but
Klay
dad's light
Thompson.
skinned, right?
Klay Thompson?
No, not Klay Thompson, but no, guy. His dad is light skinned.
2010 fucking roster.
No, I'm gonna try to find him, but he was saying I'm not light skinned, I'm bright skinned because when they look at him, he's like, you white as the motherfucker. No, I'm half black. My dad is just light skinned. And he saw pictures of his parents, and he's like, no, my mom's genes took over, so I'm not light skinned, I'm bright skinned. I gotta find that clip somewhere.
Like Darren, you still on here?
Yep, I'm still here.
Yeah.
Like Darren, tell him how white my nephew.
Yeah, he ain't supposed to be your nephew.
Like, trust me, my sister's like, again, 2 black parents. We had a father. That's what it is. Because guess what? If you look at Lewis, I would just look at Lewis the same way I look at my sister. Oh, you one of them light bright niggas. That's all.
I haven't heard that in years. Holy cow.
Like, to me, it's like, it'd be the other day when my nephew was like real little. See the first Spider-Man movie, and who thought I kidnapped little light. But thank God I was with Raina because they thought it was our kid. I'm like, no, we're not trifling. We're actually dating.
Oh my gosh.
But it's funny because the beautiful thing about being black is that everybody knows the struggle.
Mm-hmm.
And there's multiple struggles of that.
And historically, there's a lot of fucking so-called mulattoes who went harder for the cause than so-called less black people.
Mm-hmm.
So don't. I had to correct a few people for that. You guess what? Did your mom deny you from knowing your black side? No. And there's a reason why you're in the black atmosphere. Yeah. And it's funny because guess what? This is one of the few times that you actually see the true brotherhood. And who's proud to the Marine right here because my dad's a Marine for Vietnam. And I got nothing but love for Marines because, of course, we talk shit to each other because, Army, Marine. But guess what? A Marine will tell you if they get into a bar fight, if it ain't no Marines around, they want an Army motherfucker to back them. And an Army guy said if there ain't no soldiers around, we want some Marines to come with.
Mm-hmm.
And there's nothing but love. Of course, we're going to talk shit because it's brand. This is like college. Gonna talk shit
Yeah.
about colleges, but guess what? When it's the Olympic Games, we all in this shit.
Mm-hmm. In it together.
And I think
Everybody loves the brawl, don't they?
this stream also because you got Namer who's from Eritrea.
What up?
And always forever may his daddy rest in peace, paradise and power.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Because I'm
Yeah,
pretty
just
sure,
recently was the 1 year anniversary.
and I'm pretty sure nah, nigga. You gonna say it right. That's his 1 year anniversary because he's one with God.
He's one with
Always.
God, but I'm thinking,
Always.
That's when he become no. I'm gonna tell you the one thing people told me at my grandfather's funeral. That man was so beautiful in his casket. Shut up. I know I've been drinking a little bit, but let me hear you. I'm gonna touch you with wisdom. Be blessed that your father was blessed to see many things in his lifetime.
Many things he
Oh yeah.
saw in his time, indeed. I mean,
Oh yeah.
I may not know your tongue, but guess what? Be blessed. My grandfather went from looking at Jim Crow to seeing a
Mm-hmm.
president.
my
That
father
that man went
saw.
at looking at outhouses to looking at fucking running water in a bathroom with a black president. He surpassed a black president.
My father saw what grew up in a very tumultuous time back home in Trinidad because this he was born in the early 50s, so he grew up and saw the horrors. So when he was coming up, he saw the horrors of Ethiopian rule, whether it was the imperial rule, the federation, and then from '62 onwards, there was when we were annexed into part of Ethiopia, and he was coming up. Of course, in those days, they were listening to James Brown and a lot of Motown and everything. That's why I was hooked on Motown. He in 1974, he was a 24-year-old man and just saw the change from a coup and witnessed a coup take place the following day after a holiday and saw the country go from a Western ally under an emperor to a communist dictatorship and an ally of the Soviets. And because like so many of his generation, he said, due to their parents and grandparents was dealing with colonialism of Italian rule, he spoke fluent Italian. So when the Russians and the Cubans were coming down, instead of American GIs, they started seeing Russians and Cubans. The Cubans had a shitty time down when they were in Ethiopia. When they were in Angola and Mozambique, they were like, it was all right because Spanish with Portuguese. But when they came to Eritrea or to southern Somalia, they had a hard time interacting with some of the people, unless it was an Eritrean where very few Ethiopians who spoke fluent Italian. And even then, they were like, and even then, some of those Eritreans of his generation who fled and went westward, some of them who went down to Florida, they were fucking with Cubans. They will fuck with the Cubans because the Cubans like, how is a bunch of Africans speak fluent Italian like that? I said, because we were like, and they're like, what the fuck? They couldn't wrap their heads around it. They could wrap
Right.
around their heads around, Africans who spoke Portuguese because, Angola, Mozambique, Guinea-Bissau, uh, Sao Tome and Principe, the Cabo Verde and whatnot, or if you were from Equatorial Guinea because they spoke Spanish. But if you were an East African, because a lot of them don't know much about Ethiopians and Eritreans, we speak Italian as well as fluent English due to the British coming taking over after World War II. But he saw that. He understood what life was like in exile. His generation chose to, stood up and fought for freedom. I mean, I've lost. I mean, he named me. He named me after a buddy of his he grew up with who died in that Independence War.
You know what? You know what?
So I understand struggle. I mean, since the day I was born, he never let me forget who I was, what I was, and where I came from. And when I came home at 12 and was put in the education system, they made sure I learned our history. And then afterwards, I started looking deep. I was starting deep and diving, understanding. I'm Semitic. I never understood what it meant to be Semitic and everything until they explained that to me.
Mhm.
So,
Go ahead.
and understanding, and that is also understanding both not just Western racism, but also like Middle Eastern racism and shit. So I'm like, oh, now I understand why y'all look at us so in such a way.
You know what?
Yeah.
I need somebody with the computer on because I'm on both my phones.
I'm here.
Okay.
I need you to play Every Generation Live by Ronnie Laws. It's usually when he's playing the flute in front of the harmonica. And he talks
I'm
about
slightly
the
familiar with
story.
that.
He talks about the story of why he made that up because his biological grandfather. And if you listen to the lyrics of Every Generation, one of the smoothest jazz. Technically, Every Generation is jazz.
Or some parallel of, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you like Herbie Hancock?
Oh, you goddamn right.
Hell yeah. Love
Nigga,
Herbie Hancock.
I don't know if I didn't like me. Nigga, I'm a Frankie Beverly fan. What the fuck? Like,
Right.
like you gotta
Who can name Herbie Hancock's one hip hop song?
Yeah. What is it?
Rocket.
Yeah, who said that?
Rocket music.
I did.
Yeah,
Rocket.
that's Snowman. Okay. How old are you, Snowman?
52.
52.
Ah, guess who else is 52?
You?
Yours truly. Yeah, 1972.
Thank you.
Chicago.
Thank you.
Chicago natives through and through.
July 21st,
That's
1972,
right.
baby.
Have you noticed
How am I supposed to forget?
Hold on. Have you noticed my biggest demographic is 32 to 52?
Mm-hmm.
Gen
That's
Xers,
beginning to
mostly
be
Gen
that's
Xers
beginning
and
to be my
millennials.
that's beginning to be my demographic for my morning show.
And this
Yeah, I
is
was
the reason
about to
why.
say that.
This is the reason why I'm going to do a Discord. I'm going to create a Discord for all my listeners because there are going to be some days I'm not going to do a live stream, but I'm
Yeah.
going to take y'all and I'm going to have the speaker playing in the house or at the pier, and I'm going to be like, yo, just listen to what the fuck I love and tell me you don't feel this
I'm going to
shit.
do the same. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm slowly moving away from Facebook and getting more into Discord. And Wolfbane, I have a little present.
I knew
Hey,
somebody
Wolf.
was gonna say it. I got to figure that shit out, man. I know.
Hey,
I'm
Wolf,
sorry.
I got a present for you.
What's that?
Recognize this?
Well, of course, I just mentioned it.
By the
No turntables. He did that with instruments.
Talking about culture and sports, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
You see how cultural I am wrestling, and shout out to my boy Darren. You know he had to drop off because take care of the missus and his daughter and his son.
Mm-hmm.
And we love Darren. That's my.
We love him. Shoot, I had to go check in on Jody because she has to wake up early tomorrow.
And guess what?
And she said salute to all of you guys. She said salute to all of you guys because when I told him the running joke that we did with her sound bites, she just smiles and goes, "Well, you know." And I said, "Yeah, they want more of them." And she like, "Oh shit."
I got a soundbite for you, Snowman. I got a soundbite for you.
All right.
You should be looking at her and go, Mrs. I think it's time. You should be on like Mrs. Snow. I do believe it's time for you to wake up.
Did that. She started laughing. I did that Monday.
Hey, I got a couple questions.
Just a mind reader. He's like one step ahead in every freaking time.
I already did. It's basically a running joke between us in the morning when I say that to her. When I say that to her, and she responds with the opening for the show to me. So hey,
wait a minute, hold on. Yo, hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Hold on.
Snowman, if you have the soundbite, follow my lead here. First of all, folks, is it me? But is it black men talking about happy and healthy relationships here?
Dun, dun, dun.
There's a such thing.
You know what? I'll see your damn. I'll see your damn, and go dynamite.
You gotta remember this, bro.
Hey, real quick, I got a couple of questions for
And you got to
Neymar. Did I get it right? Did I get the Michael Porter thing right? Is that what you were talking about?
What?
NBA player?
I think it was Michael. I'm not sure. Let me check.
I flashed Michael Porter up there. I don't know if that's right. He is mixed.
I'm gonna say
He's mixed, but he looks white. He's past his white. Because remember, because we had this conversation. Because BGS had this conversation. He had a clip he put out a few years ago called the mulatto alpha male and such, and like how you got mulattoes, mixed race brothers who are passe blonde.
Yeah.
So everybody is just like white boys are bigging them up because they figured, hey, if we can't get our own pure breed, we might as well get ones who look like one of us.
I went and watched that.
I'm gonna say this real quick because a lot of people don't think that me and Wolf actually go back. He was one of the people that be like, "Yo, I can't wait to get your own channel." I said, "Nigga, I can't wait till I just start."
Say, Wolf, you mean you mean me, right?
Yep.
Yeah, because I always
bad
bumped into
mother, I'll say
Charles
that
on
much.
I always bumped into him on either not BGS channel. I just became unafraid of him recently.
A couple of
like
channels.
Edge channel. It was Edge channel mainly.
Ed, Ed's a good dude, but he just the way he is.
Oh man, that dude he can't slow down. That's my man's now. He can't slow down. I'm like, dude, wait a minute. Finish your thought.
And
but here's the thing. You got to realize.
He has good talking points though.
Ed. Okay.
I'm gonna tell you where the Black Manosphere evolved into being grown ass men. There was a beef between me, Grinch, Angry Man, and a couple other people.
I slightly remember that. Yeah,
I don't remember that.
I think
I do.
remember.
Like 5 years ago, right?
I wasn't old enough to remember this beef. God damn it, this was a good old fashioned beef. It was. I tell you.
Yeah. AL was around. He sure was.
We were talking good old fashioned shit about each other. And AL will tell you, but guess what? AL, did we did it like some real men?
It's what you call iron and sharpening iron, gentlemen.
And guess what Angry Man said? One of the greatest compliments. He said one thing about Charles Faulkner: if he stands on this square, he is 10 toes down with an extra fucking pair of boots.
Yep.
Respected. And guess what?
Yep.
Never received me back with open arms. I received them back with open arms. It's nothing but fucking. When he started getting his boom, I'm one of the first niggas to congratulate him.
Yeah. I wish him on all his success, but go ahead.
I openly said we talk mad shit about each other. But guess what? We talked it offline and said, look, Angry, you probably the first channel I got notoriety from, so how the fuck can I? And he said, dude, you're one of my biggest subscribers. How can I hate you? And that's how
y'all got each other's back since day one, man.
And that's how real dudes get it. But niggas don't want to talk about how brothers solve shit. We didn't need no
solve problems. Yeah,
exactly.
We solved it like two grown ass men.
Yeah.
But yeah, even Grinch, guess what? I tell
Keyword grown ass men.
Grinch telling me, he like, yo, I got all these tattoos and I smoke weed. I'm like, nigga, what the fuck do you think my boys smoke? I'm like, yo, my boy smoke weed like a goddamn chimney.
He's smoking more than Redman? Come on now.
I don't even tell you which one of my boys smoke.
You don't need to.
That's thorough, right?
Plead the fifth.
Y'all work that shit out very well. I have to admit, I listened in on some of those conversations, and it didn't take y'all 5 or 10 years like a lot of females, man. They'll be mad at each other for that long.
When Grinch came, this is how you know it. When Grinch came on my channel and we were clowning the dumb bitch, and we were like, yo, come on, Grinch, come to Baltimore so we could go get some bitches and drink.
I'm still mad at Grinch, though. I'm still mad at Grinch.
He like, don't be shocked about my tat. Nigga, one of the dudes who worked Mellow, he's going to the army for intelligence. This is how blessed I am.
Mm-hmm.
Where some of the guys, the investigators for the Army, called me. Matter of fact, I'll even give Mello's probably listening, or he's probably asleep. I don't know which either one. The investigator came to my dad's house. My father called me, and my
Mm-hmm.
like I had an inkling this might be important. So the investigator at my father's house in Baltimore County, I live in the city, and he's like, "Yeah, do you know this guy, such and such?" You know, I was like, "Of course, he worked for me. Would you ever hire him back?" I said, "The motherfucker never left my company. I'm waiting for him
Mm-hmm.
to go join the army, do some years, and come back." And I
Mm-hmm.
said it just like that. The motherfucker never left. He's still with my company.
Mm-hmm.
That's love.
Absolutely.
That's
Charles,
love.
are you considered you live in the DMV? Are you part of that area?
There you
That
go.
tri-state area?
I'm not from Baltimore. I'm from Baltimore.
Okay, Baltimore.
You know,
Are you
sometimes you got to pronounce it without the T.
part of that tri-state area though?
Man, I'm a tri-state legend.
Oh, okay.
Like, what did Darren tell you about me in wrestling? Like, there were dudes who were kids in elementary school when I was in my senior year,
Mm-hmm.
and the kids were in elementary school. They were like, "Your name's Faulkner," and this is a kid in fourth grade, right? Third or fourth grade. I was like, "Yeah, my name's Faulkner." He like, "You nice as hell," because my brother talks about you all the time. I was like, good. I said, "Bless you, little man. I hope you become." You talking about a kid who never wrestled? I started wrestling in 10th grade. In my 10th grade year, I won the championship.
First year, huh?
I lost my first match, but I won the championship my first year. I wrestled in my junior year going into my senior year. My last year looked like a college year. I was 30-5. I
Mm.
30-5.
go look up some of your colleges, and you don't even have college guys who got my record.
That have 30 and 5 years.
Dude, I remember in my senior. I remember when I unofficially retired from wrestling. I wrestled the NCAA heavyweight from. I'm not gonna name the school because I ain't trying to embarrass the dude.
Okay. You ain't never been worried about embarrassing nobody, but go ahead.
So he wrestled with me, and his coach came with him. I put him on his back in 30 seconds. And
Damn.
he outweighed me by 40 pounds.
Wait, ain't that all your weight class?
It's still the weight class. It's just if I'm
40 pounds heavier?
yeah, because if it's the Olympics, it's 286. So you could be 40 pounds heavier. But guess what?
Oh, so there's a huge
So guess what?
gap.
Last time I checked, sometimes my middle name is Lawrence. Sometimes my middle name is that nigga. Okay. So
Right.
people forget when you're talented. If you want to come back in, Biggs, here's the link. If you're gonna come in. But you gotta remember, like people laugh about Lake Clifton, but Biggs was on an undefeated team. You know when their team lost in the state championships, them motherfuckers ran the gauntlet. When I look at my boy Biggs, he played offensive line and defensive end.
Yeah, that's what I did. I was defensive line in high school.
I
I never
have
went
a
past high school.
goal. I have a goal this year for the first time in my 28-year career to be in the booth at Lucas Oil Stadium calling IHSAA state football championship. Psst. And yeah, I pluralized it for a reason.
Fuck yeah.
Are you saying this is coming up or you did this already?
I'm going to do it.
You're going to. Okay, got it.
I am going to figure out how to get the money to pay for the rights fees. I'm going to
Mhm.
walk into that office in Indianapolis with a
Mhm.
certified check. Here's my rights fees. Give me my motherfucking press pass. And I
And
want 2 of them.
make sure the motherfuckers give you them fees to make sure you could put it on immortally forever on your fucking channel.
Way ahead of you, partner. That's
And
what I'm waiting on.
see, this is the
Matter
reason.
of fact, do me a favor. I want everyone to do me a favor. What I'm going to put in the chat right now is my play-by-play channel that I'm going to be streaming a lot of my live games on, as well as my main one. Blow this channel up too, okay? Because I've decided to make this play-by-play exclusive. Here it is, right there.
Okay.
Please subscribe to that channel. Everyone in the chat within the sound of my voice, subscribe to that channel. And while you're at it, man, help a snowman get some car repairs too, because I don't want. No, I mean that because I have a chance to do some broadcasting, and I have a chance to go back to work after 3 years off, for health reasons, and I don't want to. I don't want my wife to stress anymore.
Hey,
End of ball game. I don't want my wife to stress anymore.
I got it.
That's called manning up. Yeah.
I gotta help a snowman, then help a Faulkner man.
There you go.
Come on. This is the frat bros. This is you YouTube you. Watch it. That's our fucking that's our fraternity. YouTube you. Watch it.
There it is.
So
there it is.
There's
The rival fraternity to me, find me, by the way.
Exactly, and thank you, Chris Bates, for that one.
So guess what? Not only are you helping black-owned business, there are times when people, and it's a damn shame when some of the people you had to check were some of the people you came in on this space on, when they were like, well, what about some of the high-tier men? And I had to check Classic Ruby on that shit. I said, some of the high-tier men help me get the money for these motherfuckers.
There you go.
You understand that?
There you go.
Because I'm
because
talking about shit. There's money I came out of my pocket to make sure young black men were good in the security field. There was
if anybody, and I'll take Charles's lead. If there are any sports fans out there that really want to learn the art of doing play-by-play, never fear, Snowman's here.
Yeah, you know what? That's not a bad idea, man. Why don't you do some tutorials on YouTube and of course charge for it, but not an arm and a leg.
Oh hell yeah! Oh hell yeah! One free lesson. You want the rest? You're gonna pay by the month for it.
But guess what? Here's the crazy part. Let the snowman, just like he did with Matt Shanahan and myself, and Matt Shanahan.
Mike Shanahan?
No, Matt Granahan, our wrestling friend.
Okay.
Matt Granahan.
Okay.
Granahan.
Gotcha.
Granahan, trust me, he's a college and professional wrestler. You think he didn't Google to see if I was legit?
Like a bitch.
Yeah.
And people were like, oh, he Googled me and he was like, oh, you really did this shit in wrestling. You goddamn right. A lot of people forget that I'm an international level wrestler. When people was like, God, even when I was just, I consider myself semi-retired because, I'm waiting for Biggs or Sean or Ali or Rob or Cam or my son to be like, Dad, come on, give a good phase where you could just put your all in and say, I'm good. Guess what? I looked at the Olympics and I said, you know what? If that motherfucker can win gold at 41 and I'm 42, we can make some shit happen.
Yeah, you gotta put in mad effort. You gotta be in great shape. I'm sure I don't have to tell you that.
I got another goal I want to reach.
But
I want to echo what
people be like. You like cigars? You like liquor? Fuck them. Fuck them.
So what?
Guess what? If you saw me with a fucking Olympic medal, bronze, silver, or gold, Guess what you're gonna see me draped around my neck doing when I win?
Yep. Yep.
ENJXO.
Then I'm in France. If I would have done it in France,
Oh,
you
yeah.
would have saw me at the fucking cognac plants with a cigar,
Yeah.
drinking liquor, and then hanging with who? My
My
nigga.
Your
nigga.
niggas.
Yeah,
And
France
that
is
You
the
would have
brandy
seen.
and
I'd have made
France is
sure
the brandy and
everybody.
champagne capital.
Oh, and you would have made sure everybody was trying to kill. We'd have looked like
Yep.
fucking Black James Bonds in that motherfucker. That we would have
I
been
got
Charles.
another. I got
Hey,
killed.
another
Charles.
goal this year. I have another goal this year, gentlemen. Everyone's
Mhm.
telling me put my goals out there. I put them out there to my wife, and she told me to go get them. My one of my other goals is this: to be in the press box in the Louisiana Superdome next February.
College.
All right. By the way, I one thing I gotta say,
Matter of fact,
Charles.
let me add something to that. Matter of fact,
Yeah.
let me add this to that. To be in the press box at Mercedes-Benz Stadium, second week of January, national
hmm
championship, and Super Bowl 59 in New Orleans. While I'm at it, Super Bowl 60 in Santa Clara.
That's some lofty goals, man.
And and I may be 52, but I'm ready to chase them all down and
Oh,
chop
wait,
those bitches with the
wait.
side of my hand.
Most men don't meet their dreams till they're 50. I'm gonna say this to Ray Hama, and you know what happened that rematch when Superman wasn't protecting anybody, and he gave Godzilla a right cross and shut that bitch down.
And that was a hell of a right cross.
See, guess what? Godzilla had to bow down to the man, didn't he?
Oh, he did.
See,
You know,
this
when
is
we were
how you
talking
know you're
about running
powerful.
backs,
This
sorry.
is how you know you're powerful as a man. You're powerful as a man when people gotta compare everybody to you. Woo! People say, Charles, how great you are. Are you better than Gary Barkley? Are you better than Terry Hobson? Are you better than this? I said, you got to understand, those brothers are my equals. Everybody else I teach. Woo! So you got
You know
to.
how we talked about running backs earlier in the night? There's one that we didn't
100%.
mention that belonged on the pantheon of superbacks. Last name Craig.
Roger.
Roger Craig, old high stepping
Roger
out of Nebraska.
Craig.
He stepped out early. He retired kind of early, like 28, 29 or something.
30.
No, no,
That's
30.
still,
What you talking about?
I mean,
28, 29, that was Barry
you
Sanders.
are at your peak at 30, but that's still, it's a little early. Adrian, wasn't it
Peterson.
Adrian Thomas? Adrian Peterson, right. He didn't
Peterson.
retire till he was 35, 36, right?
You
Well,
got
Craig
to.
They
was
made
getting
him
beat up
retire.
with
You got to
well, Craig
understand
was getting beat
something.
up with many injuries, and you got to
Yeah,
understand
he was
8 of his
broke up.
11
Yeah.
years, 8 of his 11 years he spent in San Francisco.
What's the most
hmm
torturous position in football ever?
Center,
The running back.
the running back. Yep.
Because average running back at 2.5 years. See,
Average.
you got to understand something. This is how. You know why I played the Kennedy Blades? Oh, I can't wait till the day I meet Kennedy Blades. And she's probably an inch taller than me. But I already know. I'll be like, girl, you 20. You'll be 21 in September. Get away from me because you're old enough to be my daughter.
Mm-mm-mm.
I'd be like, as sweetheart as you are with them long legs, I'll marry you. I'd be like, you know what? You see, here's the beautiful part. I would be so
Mhm.
manly to make her dreams come true and be a part of that dream. Why? Because there are too many men in history that made a black woman's dream come true without being the egomaniac.
hmm
See, a black man is gracious enough to say, I made your dreams come true because I believe in you. Woo!
Mhm.
Boy,
Can I
goddamn.
get a witness?
I should be, can I get, oh man, Raw?
Can I get a witness?
Can I get
When
a
you feel, you know how you feel so you know how men feel accomplished when they make the dreams of
I gotta overtalk the sound bites, the play-by-play man. Can I get an Amen Raw for the real Semitic people? Ooh, can I get an Amen Raw with the real Semitic people? Amen Raw. Woo!
Oh man.
Woo!
Oh wait a minute. My ancestors didn't worship Amun Ra. We conquered the people who did. The Axumites, they conquered the Nubians in the 4th century.
You gotta understand.
That's why. I mean, if you go to like where the ruins of ancient Meadow is, there's a stele, a little stele. It's written in 3 languages: Sabian, which was the ancestral language of the Axumites; Giz, their mother tongue, from which Sabians derived from, and then ancient Greek, because Greek was the language of commerce in the Red Sea area. And in all 3 languages, they were praising the great king Izana II when he conquered Meadow and everything.
Name her.
And we were Christians at the time.
I'm a history major by trade.
Mm-hmm.
King David was a dark-skinned redhead, right?
A redheaded stepchild did that too.
What's his son
Just
name?
to joke with you.
What was his son name?
King David. Okay, David. Which one we're talking about? Through which wife?
Solomon. And Solomon and the Queen of Sheba gave you the
No, Shlomo. Wait a minute. Shlomo, which is his Hebrew name, was born from Bathsheba.
Yeah. And guess the first emperor of Ethiopia was
Menelik I, the love child of Makeda of Sheba, or Saba, to be exact. Sheba was the Hebrew name for their kingdom, and it's believed it's through that connection that the Ark of the Covenant is in Aksum, modern day Aksum, Ethiopia, and they claim, and all Ethiopian emperors, starting from Yakuna Amlach in 1270 AD, is that claimed to be descended from them. Hence, you have the Solomonic dynasty.
So guess what? I'm just gonna say it. It's not you conquered us. We just gave you the keys to the house to say this is your inheritance. It's your turn to protect our legacy.
Mm-hmm. Oh, if you
I
look at
swear,
the Orthodox Christian, if you look at the traditions of the Orthodox Christianity, its roots come from the pagan traditions of the Sabians as well as the Axumites, as well as the traditions of the Jewish faith.
Neymar, I
Most
swear,
of our practices.
you are walking encyclopedia. When did you have time to study all this shit?
It's called.
A lot of it comes naturally. I mean, there's some of it I observed in my own, among my parents, among my family. When I see them doing certain traditions, I'm like, "What's this about?" I mean, let me give you an example.
You ask questions. Yeah.
Hold on.
I ask questions.
A lot of questions.
I'm just gonna say this.
Mm-hmm.
I get it the same way from my parents. The only difference is this: that it never just openly talks about it. You can think about it. From my parents, we knew who the fuck we came from a long time ago.
Absolutely.
Well, how do you think? It's called intellectual language. What's the hairstyle that carried out throughout the diaspora? It's called the
Cornrows.
when I met with Rakishi, guess what Rakishi said? He said a lot of them carried the afro. Where do you think their people came from?
Ancient Polynesians claim their descent from the South Pacific. From the South Pacific, they said they came from various African tribes who were island hopping.
So
wait a
prime
example. Oh, go ahead.
when you look at the Tongan people, what's one of the
Was Charles Borgen out? I couldn't hear him.
where's one of the hairstyles that Ming had? An afro.
He had that foot long fro. Remember when he let it all hang out naturally? He started combing it out with Rikishi in 2001.
So
I remember I had my hair like that one time.
Wait a minute. Where's some of your West Coast? Where's some of your greatest West Coast rap groups came from? Samoans.
Mm-hmm.
Shouts out to the Booyah tribe.
There's a few of them. There wasn't that many.
There wasn't one of them, but guess what?
Like you said, Booyah Tribe, and there might be one other one, Charles.
Booyah Tribe is one of your most popular worldwide because they traveled everywhere.
Yeah.
They were the only rap group to do things with live instruments because they grew up playing band in their father's church.
Hold on, Namer. What type of culture did Booyah Tribe carry?
Samoan.
No, they carry black.
West
They went to black culture.
Because guess what?
Hold
on. What Samoans were pop and locking because it's two different styles of dance.
Mm-hmm. Oh, right. That's true.
So you're telling me when they fucking had that froze, telling me they rapping and dancing. Last time I checked, that's not common to Samoan style, is it?
Mm-mm.
No, it's not. But when you said culture, I just thought you meant in general.
When you see Mexicans locking, that's not Mexican style of dance, is it?
No, it's not.
That's black.
Is married to a fucking Mexican right now in Texas. So
yeah, there's Tongans breakdancing in Australia out here.
Wait a minute. I'm a historian by nature and trade. We carry a lot of this shit in pride. Why do you think I felt insulted when I looked at the Olympics? I said, wait a minute, you Greek motherfuckers. If most of our fucking black people did Greco-Roman and fucking freestyle wrestling, you couldn't honor us with breaking, but you gave some Australian white bitches free reign and embarrassed your fucking games. Get the complete fuck out of here.
It was it was bullshit how that thing was. It was bullshit because I asked a question here. I said when it came to the breaking event, were there Olympic trials in every country that competed? I'm sure there was a lot of legit Australian breakers who said, I ain't fucking with that shit. They knew it was some bullshit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna last, man. It might not be back 4 years from now. Don't be surprised. It's not a sport, man.
It really is.
I mean, dance crews and whatnot in certain countries are like, nah, we ain't doing it. We're not down with that.
Yeah, I believe
they saw it for what it was.
Mm-hmm. But anyway, like I was saying, there's quite a few Tongans in Australia breakdancing, and I don't think they had a lot of Tongans on the Australian breakdancing Olympic team. However the fuck you say it.
It was individuals. It wasn't crews. They had just one man and one woman competing for each country. But the thing is, it's not just Tongans you have in Australia and New Zealand. You got also the Maoris from New Zealand. You got the Samoans. You got folks from the Cook Islands, Vanuatu, Palau. You got folks from American Samoa, because remember, you got two Samoas. Half of that archipelago was under British rule, and they became independent. The other is an overseas Western territory, and that's Western Samoa. Okay. You also have like French Polynesia, like places like Tahiti and everything like that. They're still under French rule. And New Caledonia, they're all part of French. They're Polynesians, but they're under French rule still. So it's not a surprise if you see like Polynesians playing in French rugby leagues or the French national team because they're French nationals.
Are Fijians considered Polynesian, Neymar?
Yeah, Fijians. Oh, I can give you an example of a Fijian right now, and that was from WWE. Jimmy Superfly Snuka.
Oh,
yeah. First, that motherfucker was my hero when I was a little kid growing up. I used to do the Superfly League for no reason.
Name it. Say his name one more time for me again. Say his name.
Superfly Snuka.
Superfly Jimmy Snuka.
He used to fly through the air all the time. Yeah.
Right, homeboy, because when it first came out, it sounded like you said that Jimmy, right? So I had to make sure you got that Jimmy.
Yeah, he was always launching himself in the air, man.
He was Fijian. I mean, hell, if you go to Fiji, you still got a lot of ethnic. If you look at the Fijian folks over there, even though they're Polynesian, a lot of them they also look like the Melanesian folks, like the folks from the Solomon Islands.
A lot of them look black.
Yeah, and you know who else also looks black? The folks in Australia, and the folks in Australia, the Aboriginal folks. And here's the thing: the funny thing about them, their hair and their hair texture varies from person to person. Hell, it's not uncommon among these folks to have somebody who's black, but they're born with blonde hair. You got some people who have blonde hair,
green eyes and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a genetic mutation they have, and they embrace it, and they're like, and some of those people who born blonde hair.
There's a documentary deals with that called, I didn't see the whole thing, called The Rabbit Fence. I think that's right.
Yeah.
And it talks about that, how they got blended like that, but they still consider themselves black.
Yeah, it's a genetic mutation, what they said about the blonde thing. And some of them, their hair grows darker afterwards. But some maintain that blonde, but it's a blonde fro, and they still have those Africanized features. But their facial features, everything changed and adapted with the environment they were in.
Yeah.
Just like how you see in Africa. Yeah, just like you see in throughout Africa, you see various facial features, various physical phenotypes, and everything because of genetic mutations and adaptation to the specific environment we have. Like the folks in the Congo, they're built a certain way, just like the folks in East Africa and the East African Rift Valley are built a separate way. Just like other folks in Southern Africa are built differently from the folks in West Africa because of the environments you live in. And your facial features, your height, your weight, your hair texture, all is all is adaptation to all that.
Yeah.
And people forget about that. Polynesians, hey, Polynesians, they can play football, but they prefer rugby.
Yeah, I noticed that. There's a not old school, but it's an older movie. Because when I say old school, I don't want you to think black and white days. But what's his name? Magnum PI. He's in a movie called Tom Selleck.
Tom Selleck.
He's in a movie called Quickly Down Under, and the evil white, I guess you could call them slave owners. I don't know. They was doing them just like they was doing our ancestors over here. And they were actual. I don't think they were actors. They're actual Aborigines from whatever Australian area, and they showed that up front and center. I was a boy when I saw that movie. I was confused. I'm like, well, she looks black. They showed a mother and her child. He was crying, and she had all this long ass blonde hair and these blue eyes or green eyes. I mean, they were lit up. You could see them in the dark if you turned out the lights. But her skin was maybe my complexion. I'm a milk chocolate dude. I'm not too dark. I ain't light. I'm not light skinned either. So I was like, how did they get like that? It was the weirdest shit. Oh, somebody's tapping at my door. Hold on.
By the way, that movie he's talking about, it's from 1990.
Yeah.
Tom Selleck, Stanley O'Toole produced it. Simon Windsor was the director. It had Laura San Giacomo, Alan Rickman, God rest his soul.
Alan Rickman, one of my favorite villains.
Oh, he did play some great villains. But Laura Ann Giacomo.
Okay. What the hell is this here? Why am I blanking on this? Because Alan Rickman was in Die Hard, the original Die Hard.
Oh, he was a bunch of shit. Die Hard, the first Die Hard.
Yep, he was the villain in the first Die Hard. Gruber.
Yeah, and Quickly Down Under was that him?
Under.
Yeah, that was him. He was a bad guy a lot. What was it? Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves.
Yeah,
as a sheriff.
He was the bad guy a lot. He was good at it. Yeah, he passed away about 6 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing was,
it took me so long to recall his name because I watched so many clips from Die Hard and from Harry Potter because my wife and I did a Harry Potter marathon a few years back, and I recognized his voice, but I couldn't place the name until she spoke it to me. Alan Rickman.
Yeah. By the way, Rickman had dealt with an aggressive form of prostate cancer. It culminated him getting a prostatectomy, getting a prostate removed in 06. But also in 2015, just about month. This is like 3 months before he died. He suffered a minor stroke. He was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer.
Oh man!
And he died in January 2016.
Mm-hmm.
January 14, 2016, he died at the age of 69.
Okay, so what you say, 2016?
Prostate cancer.
2016, January 14.
So that was 8 years ago.
Hold on, folks. Hold on.
8 years ago then. Okay.
Hold on. Look, I'm not one of those people who ask for donations every 15 minutes. Look,
I'm sorry.
No, it's cool. Y'all good. Y'all my people. Look, I gave you an hour speech about love.
Go ahead.
Go for it, Charles.
AL and Snowman gave you the best of college and professional football linemen.
I missed that part. Damn. I'm talking to him. Damn.
Man,
that's, football
I
is
was
my
just
sport.
sitting back, I was just sitting back patiently waiting on to get on defensive backs and wide receivers and tight ends, but y'all want to go into wrestling and everything. I'm gonna shut up and wait for y'all. Y'all get back to
Let me just say this, Wolf.
Hold on.
For that hour, A.L. Evans, with the names he was bringing back, whooped my ass. And I will gladly say that aloud.
He stumped you?
He brought back, he didn't stump me. He just brought back some familiar names. Very familiar names.
The names I brought up, his names are not gonna beat my names. I'm sorry. His name, not none of your names. Because guess what? I got some more. I come off the bench with. I ain't even got to use them as starters. I got some more.
You know what? No. You know what? No.
Hold on, folks.
Let me get three. Let me get three obscure running back names in there. Icky Woods, Christian Okoye, Priest Holmes. Okay.
Trash.
Oh, come on, man.
Hang on, guys.
You didn't like Priest Holmes?
Guys, one at a time. Charles, the floor is yours.
Okay. My bad. I got a little excited.
Hey, look. Donate to the channel. This is the base. Women who are respectful is appreciated too. But come on now. I don't ask for much. Donate a like, donate a couple of dollars, $2, $3, $4. If you feel like donating 20, God bless you. But donate a space to tell me you like the comps. We went through the 4 different subject matters in less than 4 hours and gave you quality entertainment.
Indeed.
Quality content, quality entertainment.
Yeah, I would have been here in the beginning, man. Charles, you one of those live freestylers or freestyle live. I got to catch you, Ed Anderson, Keep It 100. I got to catch y'all. You don't have a schedule.
Axe Namer, XAL, X Snowman. I'm one of the best live freestylers ever because you never know where the conversation's gonna go.
When you're gonna pop up.
And it started with a very serious topic to lead off the night.
What was that?
Shout out to Kennedy Blades because I'm not gonna. This is how you know, and you could tell I fucks with Kennedy Blades because AL said I've never heard Charles this shit wrestling. AL said that yesterday. He said I've never heard of Charles Fulton Jr. pumped about this chick. And when we saw, wow, she showed you I'm the future of fucking USA wrestling. Did she not?
Oh, she's a wrestler. Really?
The suplex heard round the world.
Dude, somebody put that shit up on the thing if you missed it.
Charles, did she win gold?
Silver.
Yes, she did.
And by the way, she's only.
Charles said silver.
And by the way, she's only 20.
You told us. Naughty.
She's already 2 world championships in the under 20.
Mm.
She's only 20. She'll be 21 in September. She
What's
knocked
the name again? What Blaze?
Kennedy Blades.
Kennedy Blades.
I nicknamed
Gotcha.
her the Wolverine. Step up to cut.
Okay.
Watch
Who else I was checking out
By the
during the
way,
Olympics? She won gold during the 400. I'd never heard of her. Gabby Thomas.
Just put
I
up.
think she only won one gold, but I was like, damn, she is ripped up.
Let's put up Kennedy Blade suplex.
Yeah, you were playing that earlier tonight.
You can't show that
Hey, by the
crime
way-
again. You can't show that crime again, Charles. That was a fucking crime. That was a crime that was performed on her. That's a crime, man. Matter of fact, I'm gonna need you to charge when she get back to the go find her and charge her with that crime. That was a crime.
They called her one of the greatest fucking prospects in wrestling.
Yeah. By the way, Wolfbane, since you were mentioning that movie Quickly Down Under, there's an actor. There's an actor who was on that cast. He was Aboriginal. His name was Steve Dodd.
Steve Dodd. Okay.
Dodd is spelled D-O-D-D. Aboriginal. I'm looking up his. I'm looking it up, and Charles, check this out. This man was in the armed forces of Australia. He served in Korea. Before he went, he was a silent generation, and he was a silent generation and everything. So he grew up and missed out World War II, but he went and served in Korea.
Mm-hmm.
But before filming, he was working as a stockman, which is like a rancher, or ranch hand, as well as a rodeo rider. But he was he was a respected actor. He did a lot of roles in Australian films and movies, mostly as an Aboriginal character. And I'm sure he was very. Also, he also identified with something called the stolen generation. You know what that is?
I've heard of it. You have to describe it to me though.
Okay. In the U.S., you remember what they did to Native American children? They would take them from their families and raise them white, put them in school and try to raise them white.
Mm-hmm.
In Australia, they did that. They did that to Aboriginal kids between 2000, and it happened between 1910 and 1970. Thousands of children were taken from their families and put in boarding schools, and they were trying to culturally assimilate them and raise them as white people. But they wanted to make them as a buffer class because at the end of the day, Australia still had racism, and these folks were being robbed. These children were being robbed of their culture.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
sounds
in
familiar.
1999,
Sounds familiar.
in 1999,
Very much so.
Yeah. In 1999, the government apologized, but a lot of those children, they're like, "Yo, you took us from our family, so when we try to go back, we don't know who we are. We're trying to find out who we are because you forced us, you raised us in the white culture, but we don't. But you robbed us of our ability to speak our mother tongue. Hell, we had something like that happen here in Norway. There was a movie about that. The people who live in the northern part of Scandinavia, the Sami people, who are traditionally nomadic herders. They raise reindeers and such.
Okay. Of course. Norway reindeers. Of course.
Reindeers up in the north. Reindeer. Oh, the caribou and everything they got there are interesting, but they're a separate culture. They're related to like folks like Estonia and the Finnish. Their language is completely different from the Nordic, but Norwegians, Swedes, they were subjecting the children in the same way. Somebody I met here in Norway who was taken from her parents in the 70s. She's a 70s baby. She talked about how she was reprimanded by the teachers anytime she spoke her native language because they were trying to forcibly assimilate them into Nordic culture. And the Samis have always been persecuted by the Nordic folks for centuries because they were like fearful of these people because they practice animism, their traditional religion and such. And you didn't want to fuck with them about that. They were told like, hey, don't fuck with them like that. So this type of cultural assimilation shit, I've heard this many times,
Yeah.
I'm sure they did this in other islands in the South Pacific.
Yeah.
Not
That's
sure
how
they
we
just,
all got. That's how we all got mixed up, man. Because I hear in
I mean, they were doing
Australia,
the
real
same shit in
quick. I hear
colonialism.
in Australia the I don't know how huge of a problem it is or isn't, but the traditional Aborigine people bump heads with those who are more. They consider themselves black, I guess, or Aborigine, but they look more mixed. And I'm wondering if that went down during that era you were just talking about. But I hear,
They also did that.
there was this dude
They
who
would
used
do
to jump
that.
on BGS's channel. I mean, there was this dude who used to jump on BGS's channel. AL might remember him about 3, 4, 5 years ago. Called himself Quick. He was from Australia because he had that accent. He was talking about, hey man, you get your head busted calling us. He was one of those mixed-looking Aboriginals, but he did consider himself that. He said, hey man, you're gonna get your head busted open, talking about we're not Aborigines. So there's been some flare-up here and there between the two groups.
Because you'd be surprised how many of those. You'd be surprised how many of those folks who are indigenous Australians. They prefer to be called indigenous Australians. Some of them are not pure-blooded indigenous. Some of them are actually mixed race. Some of them are half white, or they have a white parent. They had a white parent or a white grandparent.
And what was the other?
Indigenous.
What was the other parent?
But the other parent was indigenous. But one drop was one drop in Australia, just like how you have one drop.
Like it is everywhere. Yeah.
Yep.
Like
and so even though they're indigenous, they still have white names and they're like white last names. They're like, how the fuck is that happen possible? And you're like, I'm mixed. My father was this. My mother was native. My daddy was this. Same thing with Polynesians. Some of them got some white names because they have a white distant ancestor on their dad's side.
Yeah, some of them change their names too if they're gonna go someplace else.
Yeah.
Because using a name like Sunamalakinte, that's not gonna work some places. Not that they should be ashamed of their last names, but it's not gonna work when you're trying to find work. Especially if you want to get into the entertainment business. Now, if you're playing ball, you're playing basketball, football, hey, you're fine.
I remember.
Look at I still can't pronounce Adonis's Snowman. Can you pronounce Adonis's last name from the Bucks? I still can't do it.
Giannis.
Giannis.
Yeah, I said
Antetokounmpo.
Giannis
Antetokounmpo.
Okay, I'm gonna try to remember. I could never. That's what everybody calls him.
So hard to pronounce. Just a moment. It's so hard to pronounce because when I first saw the spelling of his last name, I thought it was pronounced one way, but then his name has a lot of short vowels instead of long ones. The only long one are the last two vowel syllables in his name. Kumpo.
Yeah.
Antetokounmpo.
Okay. I'm gonna try to remember that from now on. He's a ball player. I'm glad that man got a ring.
Me too.
He's Nigerian, by the way. He's Greek. He's a Greek national. He's
Came up in France, right?
Greek. Yes.
No, he plays for Greece. He went to France representing
Greece. Greece.
He's
got I'm saying, wasn't he raised in France partially?
No. He was born and raised in Athens.
Oh, he was born and raised in Athens, Greece.
Oh, really? I don't know what I get. I'm probably thinking of another brother with.
He's talking about Wemby. He's talking about Wemby.
Wembanyama.
No, I'm not getting confused with him. He played this year, didn't he? In the Olympics?
Yeah.
Wemby.
He was talking shit to somebody. He was talking Curry. He was talking shit to one of them.
Yeah, Wembanyama.
Oh, real quick, I could have looked this up, but I haven't bothered. Who got MVP at the Olympics, LeBron or Steph?
LeBron.
Take a guess.
LeBron.
Oh, yeah, to LeBron. I heard Curry was japping out that championship game. They said he was a trained assassin.
He was cooking. In fact, KD gave him the ball. Like, no, keep cooking. Don't let me shoot.
I missed it.
In his last two games, Steph Curry in the Olympics, Steph Curry hit a grand total of 17 3-point goals.
3-pointers. That sounds like him. I'm not shocked.
9 in the semifinal against Serbia, and 8 more in the championship against France.
Oh, man, that dude is a trained killer.
Steph was cooking beginning with that semifinal against Serbia, and they sent all kinds of defenders at him.
Was Jokic playing for Serbia?
Yes.
Yeah, of course he was. Yeah.
Yes, he
How about
was.
I forget his name. My man from Dallas. Is he Serbian or something else?
No. Oh, no. Doncic, he's from Slovenia. That's
Okay,
nearby.
all right.
That's
Yeah, Doncic is
but
from
he does. But the thing
Slovenia.
is, but because Slovenia was part of the former Yugoslavia, Doncic also speaks Serbian as well as his native Slovenian.
Mm-hmm.
So he was
Wow, does he
from.
really?
You see,
Yeah, he does.
oh, he had to because he was born during the time when the country was when the Yugoslavia was disintegrating. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Because Yugoslavia comprises of like several countries. You got Croatia, Serbia. Serbians are the ethnic majority.
Mhm.
Serbs, Serbia, Croatia, North Macedonia, Montenegro, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Slovenia, and of course Kosovo. Although some people still consider Kosovo part of Serbia.
Mm-hmm.
And so everybody spoke each other's languages. In fact,
Okay.
Slovenian, Serbian, and Croatian, they're close to each other, despite the fact that people are really distinct from one another by religion. Slovenians are ethnically and religiously closest to Croats as Catholics, but they fuck with the Serbs. North Macedonians, they're same thing. North Montenegrins, they're predominantly Orthodox Christians like the Serbs, and their language is similar. Bosniaks, they're related to everybody, but they're predominantly Muslim. The only group who's really distinct from everybody is the folks in Kosovo and North Macedonia, the Albanians.
Okay.
They're distinct ethnicity all their own, and I've met some Kosovo Albanians, and pretty cool folks.
Oh, yeah, I said they're cool folks. So Doncic is of Slovenian descent, but he speaks fluent.
Slovenian.
He speaks fluent Serbian.
Fluent
That's what I said.
Serbian, and he speaks fluent Spanish because he spent like his teens in Spain where he played professionally, and he also went to the Real Madrid basketball academy there.
So did he play for Spain or Slovenia?
No, he played for Slovenia. He plays for Slovenia, but spent. But when he was 13, he got recruited by one of the big by the basketball academy, one of the big major teams in Spain. That's Real Madrid. So he spent 4 or 5 years in Madrid. He played professional ball a couple years there, and then he got drafted to Dallas.
Yeah. Okay, that sounds.
They got a different system in Europe when it comes to developing players.
I have one final question for Charles before I get on out of here and crash.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
How'd you make those, Charles? How'd you make those images? Because I want to do a couple of those for me and Jody.
He's experimenting with AI.
Aha.
He might be.
I
mean, the way that Charles has those sketches, Michael Jai White's gonna look in and say, "Damn, I need some of that for my Black Dynamite."
Oh yeah.
Let me get on out of here, y'all. All right, Snowman. What'd you say? What's the name of the new channel?
SNWMN Multimedia. It's going to be Snowman Multimedia Sports when I get it all fixed up tomorrow.
Okay, I will take a look. It's hard. Look, let me tell you something, man. It's hard to keep track of you brothers, man. I got so many Black Manosphere people in my subs. I every time I see a blue dot, I'm like, damn, he got something new. Damn, he got something new. And don't let it be a red dot. Don't let it be a red dot. That means they live. Like, damn, I ain't got time. I ain't got time. So I got to go back and watch the replay.
Yep. If you see a red dot, I'm live. You can usually catch the replay. Let me because I'm going to sleep.
You ain't going nowhere to answer my question. You ain't going nowhere to answer my question. You gave me a straight up invitation. I said when, where, how, and why, and still ain't got no response. Don't worry. I'm going to shut up. I'm waiting.
Good. Stay shut it up. I got to go to bed. AL, in all seriousness, to answer your question, it depends on the schedule. Because I'm working with two different schedules right now, and I'm in the process of picking up a work schedule. So I have to make sure all that's in place. But let me ask you this, AL. In terms of college, which team do you want to cover?
Houston. No, Dallas. I mean, University. University, of course.
Hold on. I'm smoking some weed. Hold on. Okay.
Oh, shit. Nothing wrong with that.
Okay. All right. Hold on. Let me get my breath a moment. All right.
Hurry up, man.
Look, man. We ain't finna fuck with none of these Rudy Poot ass conferences. We going I hate to say this with all my heart. I hate to say it. We going SEC or bust only because we got to keep up with the gay horns and the fucking gay ass Sooners because they done crossed over. And only for this year because I really want to see that they go come in there and do what they supposed to do. Fucking shake up the SEC like they supposed to. Hopefully they'll wake up A&M and they'll wake up Arkansas to do what they need to do too. And remember, y'all was a part of the old Southwest Conference. Y'all were part of the old Big 12. Y'all better
Southwest Conference.
come back in there and start busting these motherfuckers' ass because a lot of people don't remember. The SEC used to not be shit. It was always the SWC, then the Big 8, then the Big 10, then the Pac-10. That's what a lot of people don't remember.
And you said it right. The Southwest Conference and then the Big 8. Not this Big 12 shit. It was the Southwest Conference and the Big 8.
Yeah.
You know who's responsible for the demise of college football? Single-handedly, it's only one person who's single-handedly the demise of college football. And the reason why you got all these scattered out programs. One man, one AD, one university. University of Texas, the Lost Dogs, the AD. Let's start the Longhorn Network and isolate and insulate ourselves away from everybody. Everybody else to say, you know what, you're treating us like we ain't shit. Time to go. Arkansas first, A&M second, then it was Nebraska, then went in Missouri, then went Colorado. Say it.
The demise of the Southwest Conference pissed me off because I loved watching Southwest Conference stuff.
Yeah.
That was the hardest football in America. It was the hardest football in America.
What got me was why they couldn't put more Southwest Conference games on CBS because that's the conference that got me started. It wasn't even the Big 10. It was the Southwest Conference.
But you know how this shit started. They all started. See, you had one conference, 9 teams that couldn't stand the University of Xmas. And the University of Xmas was kicking everybody's ass. Everybody said, okay, we're going to start snitching on Texas. But how you going to snitch on the school who is a part of the state? It's a state university. You think they're going to allow it to happen? You snitch on us, we're going to turn around and snitch on all of y'all. And then here comes the NCAA talking about, guess what? Let's give a death penalty to the littlest school of all who cheated the least, but actually reaped the rewards of their cheating. Baylor stayed mad, U of H stayed mad, A&M stayed mad because SMU was the only one to figure out, okay, guess what? We tired of getting our ass kicked. TCU can take it. Rice can take it. Texas Tech can take it. We're not taking this shit. We gonna go in. We finna go recruit not high school boys. We gonna go recruit grown men who are in high school. We gonna go recruit them D's and F boys. But guess what? They built like grown men, and we gonna play y'all. And then when we beat y'all, don't cry. But guess what? Texas cried to the NCAA, and that's what led to all this bullshit.
That's what led to. That's what led to the death penalty of SMU by 19.
SMU. Okay.
By 19.
I was gonna say, who got the death penalty?
SMU.
That's some serious shit, man.
Look up the documentary. Look up the documentary called Pony Excess.
Pony Excess. But you know what? You know what is the biggest slap in the face? And this is to the NCAA, and they helping fuck this shit up. Who is the other team that also caught a death penalty, but they wouldn't give them the death penalty?
Pennsylvania.
Nope.
You sure? Because they said they was gonna get it, but they didn't get it.
It wasn't Penn State.
I'm gonna tell you who it was. The University of Miami
Hurricanes.
And they did not sanction them the same way they sanctioned SMU.
Of course not.
Because
that would have imploded college football at the time if you would have put the most dominant football program in the early and mid 80s on death penalty. They was on TV.
If Miami would have gotten a death penalty, the same time that SMU had gotten their death penalty, it'd have killed college football, period.
Yeah.
Period, point blank.
That was sent shockwaves through the NCAA. Yeah.
Because if you kill Miami, And everything that they achieved all throughout the 80s. Remember, 1984 won the national championship. 1987 won the national championship. Had the one of the greatest football games ever, the Christians versus Convicts game in 1988 against Notre Dame. None of that happens if they draw a death penalty. And they wanted to, I can tell you from listening to all the reports back then, they wanted to kill Miami of Florida. They wanted to kill the Miami Hurricanes. They wanted to kill the U, but they didn't bring themselves to do it.
Nah, of course not, man. Too powerful. You know?
And AL, you remember this very well. What was the network that the University of Miami had an affiliation with, but they had to keep it secret? CBS.
CBS.
Yes. CBS was the star of college football because hell, CBS showed SMU games. And many people in the country go, who the fuck is SMU? But then SMU gets killed in 1986. Who was next the next year? Miami.
Well, not technically, they weren't. I know what you mean. They were next on the chopping block.
Oh yeah, that's what Miami was next on the Miami was next on the chopping block.
When they put SMU on the death penalty, that they said this back in the 80s when Dale Hansen broke the story about SMU cheat. And we even lost the governor behind this shit, mind you. A governor.
Daryl Hansen. AL, is Daryl Hansen still alive?
Yes, he's still alive. He ain't went nowhere. He's still in Dallas. What you talking about? But anyway,
I know that was a joke. That was a joke.
when they laid down them sanctions on SMU, they said the equivalent of us. What they say of the United States launching the MX missile at Russia. So I'm saying that to say this: when they came down hard on Miami, everybody in Missouri, headquarters where the NCAA is at, said, it's in Indiana. No, the headquarters is in Indiana. They said, if we do to Miami what we want to do to SMU, and think about it, this was 90, 91, 92, 93 season. All the allegations about the U was finally coming out. It was all coming to light. So it was like, if we do them like we did SMU, and as big as the U has gotten from what people like Michael Irvin, Braxton, Smith, and Testaverde, and Walsh and all them boys did, if we fuck this up and we put them on death penalty and we know what kind of draw they are, because you got to understand, before Miami jumped into the ACC, they were only one or two independent in the country, and the other one was Notre Dame.
The other one was Notre Dame.
Notre Dame in Miami. And guess what? Those were two private schools that could draw income into the NCAA.
And AL, you know the answer to this. And before 1990, Miami and Notre Dame had a network in common. What's that network?
CBS. And he called out the game. Convict versus
CBS was running it for college football, wasn't it? Man.
CBS ran. Listen, in terms of the broadcasting standpoint, and this is my expertise, CBS ran college football from 1979 with Joe Montana's Chicken Soup game all the way to 1990, when Notre Dame decided to have their lifetime contract with NBC and not stay with CBS. Now they had a couple of times. They had a couple of times where they would have games broadcast on ESPN or on CBS or on ABC, but their main network beginning in 1990 was NBC. But before then, they had an unlisted, and Miami had this too, because they were the only two major independent schools playing college football and making more money than any of the conferences that were listed at the time. It was Miami and Notre Dame. And every year from 1986 to 1990, when those two played, who's the network that covered them?
CBS.
Yes.
CBS.
CBS even covered the Florida State Miami game when Florida State had to go up in the South End.
Oh, big
consecutive
rivals, big
years.
time rivals. Yeah, they
Three,
big time
three,
rivals.
three consecutive years, Florida State and Miami played on CBS. And that was and you know what? The way they set it up, Miami and Notre Dame was a prelude, could be either a prelude or the game after when Miami played Florida State. Because they wanted Miami and Notre Dame to draw so much money to CBS and not have college football get even a piece of that they made that an exclusive after many big teams, Ohio State, Michigan, any in the Southeast Conference, had a
Nebraska.
bye week. Nebraska, Colorado.
Yeah.
The only time that Miami and Notre Dame drew competition from another game was 1989. What was the game? The day after Thanksgiving, Nebraska and Colorado. That was the only time.
No, that was a doubleheader day. Matter of fact,
Yep.
that was a tripleheader day.
That was
You had the Big 8 with Nebraska, Oklahoma. You had the Turkey Day with us, with Gay and them at University of Excellence. Then you had the Iron Bowl with Alabama
Auburn
and
and Alabama.
Those were the three biggest selling ticket games money could buy.
And
Period.
CBS had them all.
All of them.
CBS had them all.
Yeah,
CBS
those
had
games
them
were
all.
like those games were like going to the Super Bowl, man.
Listen, the game after the day after Thanksgiving was the only day. I'll say from 1982 to 1990 was the only day that CBS really needed to make up their budget was the day after Thanksgiving because they had three big rivalry games.
Black Friday games.
It covered the spread every time.
Yep.
They was never worried.
The only time that wasn't the case and it produced one of the best games ever was 1984, Boston College and Miami. Boston College's walk off. But unbeknownst to the audience that watched that game on CBS and unbeknownst to CBS at the time, they had a feeling that Flutie versus Kosar would produce a lot for them. They didn't know the weather was going to be shitty because it was 58 degrees and cold at kickoff. It was raining all day, and 1,300 yards of offense later, one of the highest watched college football games happened. November 23rd, 1984, in the Orange Bowl.
And you failing to mention something. That game ended up being a prelude to racetrack football games. That game was so fucking high scoring. It was like there was no defense to be found in that game. And Miami was known for their defense. All it was offense score.
That defense got shredded. That Miami defense, matter of fact, there were two games in the Miami season in 1984 where that top-ranked defense got shredded. One was Boston College. 4 weeks earlier, Maryland.
Thanks.
Remember that game against Maryland? Miami led that game 31-0. Miami led Maryland 31-0.
It was a blowout at first.
In the first half.
Right.
But then Miami scored Maryland, I beg your pardon, scored 42 unanswered points and wound up winning the game 42-40.
You're not supposed to lose a game up by that much. Real quick, man, then I'm up out of here. This is a question basically for Snowman. I mean, anybody else can, jump in. Now, this is something I could look up, and I will. The former Big Ten is now the Big 12. Is that correct?
No. The Big 12 was a combination of the Southwest Conference and the Big 8.
Oh, okay. So, are the Big Ten teams, are they still primarily from the Midwest?
Primarily, yeah. Until now.
Okay. Why do you say until now? What happened recently?
USC and UCLA, that's what happened.
They joined, yeah. See, they're not Midwest teams, man.
Couple years before, Rutgers showed up. Nebraska showed up. Couple years before, and what really blew the Big Ten sideways? 1994. Who joined that year? Penn State.
Okay, no, that's not Midwest either. That's East Coast. Or East Coast enough.
Mm-hmm.
Man, they're just mixing it all up, man.
Penn
I'm so
State wasn't
confused.
independent for the longest time. Penn State
Yeah.
wasn't independent.
He's absolutely correct. But you know what?
Yeah. I
Real
remember.
talk. Check this out. I had to go do a double check to look at the landscape of the Big Ten. And why you calling it a Big Ten when you got more schools than 10 schools in there? But to see Cal, to see USC, to see UCLA, and no, I forgot Utah went to the Big 12.
Yeah,
This shit is so this shit is so fucked up.
And I'll tell you this, and AL, I want you to correct this.
You know, hold on. You know I'm right, Snowman, because what I'm about to say is gonna sicken you, but you understand. We grew up where we understood the geography of the map, how the map worked, how the concept worked within the geography of the map, and you don't fuck with that.
Perfect alignment.
You don't.
When you started seeing what Georgia Tech in the Big East, what the fuck? That shit wasn't working well with me. That shit did not like that. Shit. When you tried to do South Carolina and you tried to do. See, people don't remember Tulane used to be in the SEC.
Yes,
Tulane used to be.
played 5 years in the SEC.
No, they was an inaugural member of the SEC. They left the SEC in 71 to become a smaller state, smaller pride.
And you're right. Tulane was an inaugural member of the SEC. Thank you, AL, for that. They were an inaugural member of the SEC.
Georgia Tech was an inaugural member of the SEC.
Yep. Because listen to Alabama's fight song. Listen to Alabama's fight song. Send the Yellow Jackets to a watery grave. That's Alabama's fight song. They were all SEC.
Before there was an Alabama running shit in the SEC, it was Tech.
It was Georgia Tech.
A lot of people don't want to acknowledge them. Everybody, Alabama. It used to be Tech.
Be a bunch of Yellow Jackets.
Every other year, Tennessee, and then maybe every blue moon, like with Archie Manning when he went on his little run. I'm not talking about Peyton. I'm talking about Archie, the real.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the father. Yeah,
it was Tech, Bama, or Tennessee running the SEC. Period. And maybe Georgia in the late 70s, early 80s with Walker. But after Walker left, they fell the fuck down.
They fell off. Let me take y'all back to 84 with that Boston College Miami game. That game that came out of nowhere and made a shitload of money for CBS. There were 151 plays run in that game, and there was a grand total of 1,282 yards. 627 for Boston College, 655 for Miami.
So pretty even.
And most of that was through the. And here's the kicker: AL talked about Miami's defense. Who was until this game right here in the Orange Bowl? Who had the number one pass defense in 1984? Miami. And they got killed. They got killed to the tune of 472 yards from Doug Flutie.
All off sprint out, play action, sprint out, roll out pass.
And that's it.
You know why, right? He was so short. That's all he could do.
He was my height. He was 5'7" playing quarterback, kicking their ass.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, okay, I understand, but that's why he did all that bootleg rollout shit. He couldn't see over the damn line.
Yeah, you had that was the only offense he could play in and produce in. That's why when he went to the
Bears, he did that when he was playing with the Bears. He was like that.
Everybody was mad. Dicker was a play action passing offense with fucking McMahon and fucking Galt and McKinnon in them. And when they ran the ball with Peyton and they play action, and then when fucking Flutie came in, the play action left, and then when they started stuffing Chicago's run, and to this day, I'm still baffled at Mike Dicker. You still had Tom Zach. You could have used Tom Zach.
He had an arm. Yeah.
Offense.
Tom Zach had a great arm.
Yeah.
He couldn't keep
Tom
your
Zach
offense
had a
running
great arm.
the regular way. But no, this motherfucker, I got to be the head clown in the fucking circus. You know, the head motherfucking clause. Let me bring in this dwarf and had the whole defense lit.
I didn't get it. Yeah, I didn't get it either, Al. I didn't get it. Why wouldn't you go? Why wouldn't you roll with Mike Tomczak? That was ridiculous.
Which is why I
Mike
never
Dixon
got
knows
behind.
better, man.
You know, everyone's asked me why I never got behind the Bears in the 80s when I got into football,
around too much.
Because it's a clown organization.
Yeah. I was just gonna ask you, is Caleb Williams gonna do anything
no.
To the Bears defense, I'm gonna keep it a buck. Remember, they only got a ship in 85. Really, they should have been back-to-back Super Bowl champions. Not 85, 86. It should have been 84, 85. The 84 team was really, it brought in the morphosis of the 85 team with the defense. But if you really look at the numbers of the 84 Bears defense, and they fell down against the Niners. And that game would have been at Soldier Field instead of Candlestick, they would have won it. They didn't take care of their business against them in the regular season. That forced them to have to go to Candlestick. If that game would have been played like it was played in 85 in Chicago, 84,
different story.
They should have had two.
I agree with that.
Walter Payton and them should have had two rings, 84, 85.
And 85.
Only got one.
Was that with the 49ers? They were Montana led, of course, right?
Montana beat them.
Who won the Super Bowl in 86? Who won the Super Bowl in 86?
Washington.
No, the
right?
G-Men.
The
G-Men. Who had the second strongest defense after the Bears? The Giants. But the Giants' defense really couldn't compete defense for defense versus the Bears and the Niners. The only thing is the Niners got them out in Kansas City because guess what? Going into that game, and then matter of fact, didn't finish that game. McMahon didn't finish that game in Candlestick.
McMahon didn't even start that game in Candlestick.
Yeah,
McMahon was unavailable.
That's how they got him. I'm telling you, if they would have had McMahon in 84 for that game, their run game was way more dominant and more physical than the 49ers run game.
Absolutely
it
was.
And I'll give you that.
They did not run the ball with power and strength. They just ran the ball. They ran the ball with finesse. All they run was a pro formation set. Don't get me wrong. I cut for Raffman. I cut for Craig because them Nebraska boys, and I fuck with my big red till it's dead and we gone. But that fucking offense was Walsh's offense, and Walsh was not gonna do like Landry. Landry would start out in a T pro set, but what would he always do? He always make sure Newsom and Darcy was coming back into an I. They start out with some motion and bring it back into an I. It showed you strength. You can't pinpoint 100% accuracy to determine and dictate as a defense which way I'm gonna stop an eye, because an eye can go right, it can go left, it can go up the middle, it can go up the gut. But when you in that split pro formation package, the most exotic thing you can do out of it is a track, underneath track, but other than that, it's off tackle right, off tackle left, sweep right, sweep left, and he only had 4 running plays with 5 that track. After that, all the backs were doing for Frisco was swinging out the backfield. Remember the Super Bowl? Remember the Super Bowl? He beat the Dolphins and Dan Marino in. The star of that game was Roger Craig, not the receivers. Roger Craig caught out a dozen balls out the backfield.
Roger Craig became the first player to score 3 touchdowns in the Super Bowl.
Yes, all off a in a pro set offense. They ran. See, people always say because it's a pro set and they ran just those 5 running plays. Oh, it was finesse. But guess what? I don't give a fuck if it's finesse or physical. If you averaging 3.0 yards per carry or more, you're you're good in my book as a running game. I don't care.
It works. Yeah.
3 yards, two down, 3 yards is what, Jim?
I'm glad AL mentioned the I formation a couple of minutes ago. That was back when the fullback was just a vital part of the offense as the halfback. These days, the fullback is just a blocker.
You know the only team that actually uses their fullback as more than a blocker?
San Francisco.
San Francisco.
Yes, San Francisco. He's talking about
the fullback.
San Francisco always had fullbacks.
He wears number 44. He wears number 40.
Kyle Juszczyk.
And I'm gonna tell you the other team that uses a fullback.
So hold on. He runs the ball, Snowman?
Yes.
But not as much as McCaffrey.
No, he doesn't need to run it as much as he doesn't need to run it as much as McCaffrey.
He's gonna run the ball 2 times a game. He's gonna catch the ball 3 to 5 times a game, and he's gonna give you at least 60 plus yards worth of offense doing it. Period. And you're never going to
in the process of the Niners picking up 400 yards of offense.
Yeah.
Thank you.
In the process of them picking up
using their fullback, and I don't know if y'all been paying attention, is my Houston Texans. And
what's the name?
Beck.
CJ Cloud. Is that his name?
I'm thinking of the fullback. Beck.
We're talking about.
You said Houston Texans, right?
Yeah.
You talking about
CJ Stroud. CJ Stroud. That's who it is.
He's the quarterback, but the fullback is Beck. And what college did he go to?
I thought you were talking about the quarterback. Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
What college did he go to? The University of Texas.
University of Texas.
University of Xmas. I ain't giving them that much respect. I know how dirty my university is.
He's stupid.
I know how to respect them and disrespect them all at the same time.
At the same time, yeah. Hey man, y'all, I'm up out of here. But tell Roger I'll be back, man. I just been busy doing some shit. I'll be back.
Yeah, no, you going back over there. I'm on strike from that dude. I'm on strike from. I love him, but I'm on strike. And he know
on strike.
Yeah,
Roger be talking that shit.
I need him to grow up. I do.
Yeah.
I need him to grow up. He's grown, but he's not growing. I need him to grow up.
I better say goodnight. I better say goodnight myself. I
actually have all right, man. Man, this was fun, man. Hey, even though I was late, man, this was fun. I'll peep y'all later.
Hey, Wolf, we appreciate you coming, man. We do.
Absolutely.
We appreciate you.
Absolutely. I love the sports talk, and I love the celebrity talk, and I'm getting a little tired of all the black female fuckery talk. I don't give a shit about that no more, man. You know. But that's just to let you know what my mind state is. All right, man. Good night.
Good night.
And I better say
good night. By the way, before you go, Snowman. Snowman in the Morning is brought to you by Bum Leg Orthopedics. The only thing that was responsible for Anthony Davis even making the U.S. national team this Olympics. That's Bum Leg Orthopedics, folks. Snowman.
I'm not doing it this time because I've been saying it all day with my own legs.
Well, in that case, oh my leg, oh my leg, oh my leg, oh my leg. Oh, by the way, you got to find that clip of when Steph dropped that 3 in Wemby's face. If that doesn't show, show a great shooter, I don't know what does.
I already got it. I'm just. Woo!